Hello, my dear viewers. Oh, let's try that again. Hello, my dear viewers. Welcome to the Redpills and Red Rocks live stream. I might have mixed up those two words, but welcome anyways. And to those that are in chat already, it's good to see you all already. Talks, Thaddeus Jones, Timmy. Welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. Be able to pass on links. We're just going to wait a couple moments. We got some news about the tourists that are actually, apparently they're stuck at the ports. The airport has been closed due to the, I guess, the ash and all that kind of stuff. And the ferries are also blocked up at the very least. So we got a whole bunch of stranded and angry tourists. So another complete and absolute failure. We will be getting into that. We're just going to wait a couple moments. Let's play some music just to welcome people in. These are the Beach Boys. Oh, let's try that again.
There's a place called Kokomo. That's where you wanna go to get away from it all. Bodies in the sand, tropical drink melting in your hand. We'll be falling in love to the rhythm of a steel drum band. Down in Kokomo. Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you through Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama, Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go down to Kokomo? We can make it fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. We gotta Kokomo. Martinique, that Montserrat mystique. Put out to dark chemistry. By and by we'll defy a little bit of gravity. Afternoon delight, cocktails and moonlit nights. That dreamy look in your eye, give me a tropical contact high. Way down in Kokomo, Jamaica.
Can't help but note the intense irony of playing that song for those tourists that are stuck at La Palma. Now, I mean, listen, I'm not totally laughing at the Schadenfreude there. They were probably just as fooled as many other people. They just never had to deal with it firsthand until you get there, and now you're stuck breathing in those gases and all that stuff. Poor people. I guess keep them in their minds because they were fooled just like everybody else. And Well, we got some incredible footage actually by TV La Palma. Take a look at this. Everything just covered in ash. I don't know what this stuff is here. Are these like salt mounds or something with ash on top of it? What the heck is this? Plantation tents? Is that must be what it is. Plantation tents and so much ash on it that they've been just falling apart. That's what's going on here. Great footage by TV La Palma. Finally, we get someone showing some destruction. Incredible. That must be what it is. These used to be warehouses. Yeah, you can see the scaffolding, or not scaffolding, but the structure itself falling apart onto itself. Oh yeah, this is all normal, guys. All completely normal. Don't worry. This smoke has just covered over. We were just watching quite the active volcano. It seems like it has been able to clear up a little bit, which is a good thing. This was just from a couple minutes ago, actually, about 20 minutes ago. It has since died down just a little bit. I don't expect that to remain as such. And I guess they're not afraid to show any other footage now that it is so smoky out there. What's causing this is an extremely low ceiling. It used to be up at 4 kilometers. Now we're looking at it's hugging the valley from upwards or going downwards or whatnot. But interesting how they never have these shots when it's clear, right? They like to show this when it looks like just Yuletide logs to take a look at. Those poor tourists. They got some fooled on the go, and the locals are not very happy either, just like Neat One said. Hello to the guys in chat. Who do we got here? Let's see. We got Neat One saying they're trying to work out how to get farmers to plantations to rescue what's left of the crops. Oh yeah, put them back to work. Yeah, right. Lovely, lovely. Banana tents indeed. Yes, yeah. I can't believe I didn't catch that right away. It's just the sheer destruction of them all. We're so used to seeing like these flat roofs of those tents, and they're completely done. I guess what causes those peaks are maybe like the structure inside, the central pillar or whatever is what's the only thing staying up. Everything else has gone out. Lisa Rose says night song. Yeah, I thought it works pretty well with this stuff. Timeless Legend, great to see you. Ghost Builder, Ed Bourgeois in the house. We got MDP and Tox as well. And we had a little drop in from a guy named Timmy. Said, search Banana Insel, which is the German channel for Bushcraft Bear. I think you would like, quote unquote, his channel. Thank you very much for dropping that information. Yeah, I am aware of it. He's got even less personality when he reads to Germans, because I think they already know enough about him. From what I'm hearing, we actually, we're getting a drop on this guy. Let's put it this way. No need to donate to him. Every dollar that goes to him is going to something futile, and it's being taken away from the people of La Palma. Good old Bushcraft Bear. And we will cover him today. We will be doing that at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, so just under an hour from now. Yeah, what I'm hearing is that there is some real problems with the tourists trying to get out. Just one second. Let's see if I can catch this in the Discord. While I do that, I'm going to drop the invite for that. It is quite bumping today with tons of different information. So join that up, and you can almost have it's almost a one-stop shop for learning about all the info available about this volcano and the earthquakes and all that kind of stuff. So let's take a look. Just one second. Everybody knows a little place like Kokomo. Hold on, I got a pretty sad footage. While they're pretending that this is a tourist paradise right now, I have a link for you here. Just one second. A little place like Kokomo. Oh, just while we're waiting for this to go, hold on, I'll just put it up. This is a family that's lost their homes, one of many. Very sad photo. Very, very sad photo. These people know that there's they don't have much time left, as was mentioned in that chat. We'll go back to the live footage there, as we have a little bit of a dip in activity. Just one second, but yeah, these are the while we're dealing with tourists, on the island. Apparently, so they said that it was only, or sorry, they said it was 10,000 tourists were going to be in there, and apparently that number was actually less than 2,000, less than 1,500 from what I've heard. So they had, by over 8 times, they overcounted these people. At least from what we know. I did have my suspicions that they had bloated those numbers for the Friday markets. But now we're starting to learn that it is much less. In the real La Palmian testimony, the official updates, we had some a great translation from iBookbean. Thank you so much for doing this. Today, this was Carmen Lopez saying that the emission of the ashes in the west and northeast of the island is quite high. Too much lava in the northeast part of the volcano. So northeast, that's heading towards the airport, by the way. Intense degasification. Because of it, less noise or explosions. And I guess degasification is meaning it's being separated from it. It's not so turbulent, these eruptions. The lava itself has high levels of emission from the other northwest side of the cone. And we have a new lava river zone, an 11th flow, going to the west after going to, heading towards the north. We were looking at that, these Yuletide logs that we see here down in the bottom screens. That is now heading west, which is a good thing. We don't want it to keep on going north. So that's quite good to know. Meteorology says the wind is slow and variable, which is a very bad thing considering we have such a low ceiling for ash and other tephra. Ashes have been a problem until tomorrow. They are turning all over the place, so I mean we just don't know where it's going. Apparently there are a ton of places that are back under lockdown. So we'll be following that as close as possible. Let me turn this down just a little bit. I think it's kind of getting in the way of the sound, isn't it? Sorry about that. La Palma and La Gomera, the airports could be affected by this. And seismicity report, we have an earthquake that was 5, an intensity of 4 felt in La Gomera and the north sector of the island of Tenerife, which is pretty far to the east and a little bit to the south, I think, if I'm not mistaken. In the last few hours, there has been an intense seismicity at a medium depth, and we will go into that earthquake check now in just one moment. They're saying that the sulfur dioxide is now down to just under 5,000 daily tons. I don't trust a word they say on this stuff, by the way, but that is what they are quoting. And CO2 emissions are going up, and we're at about 1,500 daily tons. And just imagine, all this smoke is going over the town now, so... even though that number, if that is even true, the just under 5,000 daily tons, this stuff is going all over the island. So the tourists and locals alike are having to put up with terrible air conditions. Fuencaliente, speaking of quality of air, Fuencaliente and Punta Gorda went to the worst possible levels that we've seen so far. During the morning, the numbers are recovering to, they say, reasonably good, but, they like saying that just to calm people down. And as for the PM10 particles, Las Llanos, worst possible levels. That is the big city, by the way. That's in the valley that we see, the valley. Worst possible levels and very high values of particles. We also have another report from the technical director of Pavolca, Coñazo dude. I think that word is idiot, something like idiot in Spanish, or close enough anyways. Northwest and west part of the island is full of ashes, so Los Llanos, El Paso, Villa de Puerto de Tazacorte, so Tazacorte town, Tiarafe and Punta Gorda are all experiencing extreme amounts of ash. So fun times in the valley. Let's see, the third lava river, I believe that's the one in the center. That moved yesterday as well. During the night, they had a spillover in another lava river, and it is getting to the entrance of Puerto Naus, which is one of the ports that are there. It's not there yet, they say, which is probably just some, what do you call it? Kind words to try and calm people down. But that doesn't really mean it means anything whatsoever. It will be there pretty soon, and that's why the company took away its desalinization machines, which is to convert the salt water into something that might be potable. Yeah, and we have 465 people in hotels and 43 people in clinics, and etc. I bet you those numbers are probably hucked down a little bit as well, because I mean we have so many different houses that have been destroyed. I don't know where they would be, and from what we're hearing, the hotels are terrible conditions, as in like people are basically put on mattresses there. There's no food that you can get, and there's not even a refrigerator in most of these rooms. So have fun with that. This is what happens when you don't react to a true emergency with a response that is reflective of that. Just one second. Lots of talks that these people are kind of talking very, very vaguely, especially about seismicity, considering how the earthquakes, they were bragging about it going down, and now they have shot back up. Once again, we'll get through that in just one moment. The LP3, which is the access road used by tourists, buses, and most of the island, is not getting any troubles for now. We're okay with the deformations, but they are not happening in this area, so that's one good thing. That is one good thing. Hopefully that we can get some logistics going on so we can get these poor guys out of here. But once again, the airports and the ferries seem to be in deep trouble. And there's a distinct inability to get these poor tourists off the island. They all want to go home, and then they realize that their flights have been canceled and all that stuff. I'm sure it's a fun time at that airport, having a bunch of base muchachos sick of this crap, right? It's almost at 1,000 hectares affected from the last report. And let's see. There's a path of new lava once again. Just one second, let me make sure. We are now at 2,710 buildings gone, and 281 hectares of, I guess, vegetation and the plantations and things like that, they're gone. So that's a huge part of their economy. From what I've heard, it's about 10% of the economy so far of the island. I might be wrong on that, let me know. Let's see, and then in the question and answers, we have how many people went to see the volcano in the or by the church, that weird-looking church that we see during the weekend, and their answer was 1,200 to 1,500 people until the last count, and this is a long weekend. Now they said 10,000. This is way off, way off. I don't know where else they're able to see these things, by the way, because every time they show us video of people kind of hanging around, it's only at the church, and there certainly wasn't 10,000 people around there. Let's see. More questions about some of the new lava rivers, because we're up to about 11 right now. It's just a total mess, and they're asking if it's going towards the sea. 3 of them anyways, and they say, no, what we're seeing is that the lava is going towards the south. So those towns down below that already are cut off from their water and often without electricity, they're now having lava going their way with many of the roads cut off. Another question that was given, the emission of ash is very elevated. We cannot see the sun. What is going on with the ash emissions and the quality of the air? And the answer was the thermal inversion is very low. Particles cannot move on. This is what they do every time they get a question that is not good for them. They just start talking in jargon. So yeah. It's pretty gross what these people are doing to the people of the island. We see the carbon dioxide up and the SO2 low. What's going on with that? And the answer was just, we're studying this, and that's they give no answers other than what they put out. They're given a sheet of paper to read, just like Bushcraft Bear, and they have no answers or any information after that. Let's see. The newest lava river is going to get people who are working there, and I believe that is the one down to the south, or going towards the south. Let's see. There are people there. What is going on when you guys will call to evacuate them? And their answer there was, right now we don't think we need to evacuate, just like the other times, right? That's how we got all those lost dogs, and other animals and all that stuff, because they don't evacuate until the very last second. If the road is closed by the lava, we have the possibility of getting out through another segment of the road. Oh, well, that's lovely for them, until it's no longer lovely for them. The lava river will take away 50% of the possibility of moving people and equipment. The segment of road that will be open cannot deal with heavy machinery or heavy traffic. So the people that own those desalinization stations, they certainly made the right call, didn't they? They certainly made the right call. And last question was why the earthquakes are always in Mazo and Fuencaliente. And they're saying that the lava chamber is in that part of the island, more or less. And that makes sense. And that's all the questions and answers that they would take for that day. Veritas Burritas. Second. Welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. Will November 6th be the day? I'm not sure what day you're referring to, my friend. Oh, wait, no, sorry. The PDF states that on November 11th they will use of cadastral data for monitoring and recovering from the volcano catastrophe in La Palma. Worth checking out, guys and gals. Prayers for everyone in harm's way, 100% in Christ's mighty name. Yeah, 100%, my friend. The prayers need to go to these people who have been lied to, both the locals and the tourists. They have indeed been lied to for far too long now, and it's time that these people start waking up and smelling the coffee. I pray that they do. Sheriff of YouTube, welcome, my friend. It's great to see you always. I bet Bushcraft Bear. Yeah. Oh, well, actually, great comment you made here. Good example of how vlogging kills unsuspecting tourists worldwide. Yeah. Well, I mean, when you're breathing in all these ashes, there are sure to be complications afterwards. They don't mention that. Sulfur dioxide is one of those things that gets stuck in your lungs. You have short-term and long-term effects from breathing that in, especially when you have a ceiling this low. I bet Bushcraft Bear is selling bottled tap water used face masks at the airport to unsuspecting travelers. It wouldn't surprise me. Choosy, great to see you. It's time to institutionalize malignant narcissists with Munchausen's by proxy. Big Brother and all his fascist friends. It's always great to hear your comments, my friend. How many pairs must one man steal from the native population for it to be considered looting? Question, fair warning. Oh my goodness. So Veritas Burritas, I just gave you a wrench, so you can actually post that PDF here now. That's why we always give out wrenches to anybody that comes in and comments, so that you can share information with everybody. So, yeah. Got a Dare John message tonight? I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. My apologies. Someone make you laugh? Well, hopefully, you know, we got Bush Bear coming up. Maybe he did some great videos today. So, yeah. Wait, now, let's see if the night box still works. Video. Possibly it comes together with his autograph. Oh, okay, yeah. Buy, I guess, 2 cases and you get a free Bushcraft Bear autograph. Yeah. All right, guys. Welcome to everybody in there. We're going to open up the earthquake check. Just 1 second. Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahamas. Come on, pretty mama. Alrighty then. 1 second. Okay, so last one being 15 minutes ago, a 2.8 at a depth of 12 kilometers, which is quite nominal. And 20 minutes before that, 23 minutes before that, we had a 13 kilometer depth at 2.7. And then we had a whole bunch of them in some kind of interesting places. 9 kilometers seems to be a new number that we will see probably much more common as what we believe to be an erosion of the ceiling of the second to last chamber before it erupts through the cone. So it looks like there's 2.7s in that area, a 13 kilometer depth at 2.8, and another one as well at 2.8 at the 10 kilometer depth. These are all basically in the same area, that Fuencaliente and Mazo region. Let's see if we had ones any out of the ordinary there. We did have a 30, and that was a 4.0 actually, which was felt at quite the intensity. Let's see what they have to say about this in the testimonies. Strong vibrations there. We felt a light tremor, which lasted about 23 seconds while playing Jenga. I wonder if that tower stayed. I don't know if playing Jenga is really the best way to pass the time during a seismic crisis, but maybe, you know, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. If it falls on its own, do you blame, like, one of the people, or... You know what I mean? Like, maybe there's that it could be like a speed Jenga effect to that, maybe? Like, you would lose points if the earthquake happens on your watch or whatever. Ligera sensación. Let's see. Sorry for my Spanish listeners. That must have sounded terrible. Light rolling sensation, duration of about 3 to 4 seconds, and slight after vibration. And this is what you would probably hear. These people sound like they just went under a 4.0 and not that 5 point something that we saw yesterday that they marked down. They oived down to a 4.0. That sounds like this is probably the testimonies that you would hear from a 4.0. So you can compare that to the one that we were looking at yesterday, and it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Canary Island, there was also another one here. Let's see this testimony. Just 1 second. It was a 3.1 of 10. Oh, I said I didn't hit the testimony. Felt a rumble as if a big lorry passed by the house. The baby monitor detected the noise, and the wooden roof creaked. So yeah, fun times at the Canary Islands. And if the locals are posting in like this, then you can only imagine what these tourists are talking about. We did have quite the spurt, though, earlier, about 3 to 4 hours ago. And these were all in all sorts of places on that second to last chamber. Let's see. Yeah, they're all popping in at around 3.0 or average. A couple of them are a little bit lower than that. 11, 10, 8. 8's a bit high. There was one that showed up here today at 1 kilometer. I don't know, because it ended up getting revised down to, I think it was something like, it was like 34 kilometers deep. It was a 3.0. They actually did a press conference, on-the-fly press conference, just to, I guess, quell people's fears about that. But since we can't trust a friggin' word these people say anymore, I wouldn't know, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was, to be honest. It's just that, well, I mean, their equipment sucks so bad these days that it's either that or they're just straight up lying to us. Yeah. But no, there hasn't been any stoppage in earthquakes. In fact, it has indeed picked up. There are some pretty intense swarms going on, including ones that are in deep depths of 32 kilometers, 25, 38. And that is noting, or it indicates often, that it is taking in more magma into the network. But other than that, actually, it was pretty clean. It's all basically in the same area of that second to last chamber. So that is the earthquake update for the day. And any questions on that, feel free to ask. Let's go to the footage there now. Just 1 second. Pull this down. See what we've got going on. We have complete blanks right here. You know, it wouldn't kill them to move a camera. Right? Take a look at this. So this is the lava. When you see these things here, these mounds like that, these are most likely shots from the west coast looking east, or, you know, southeast, northeast, whatever. There are these little tiny mountains that are on the west coast. They could have been from side vents before. I think that's what it was. So whenever you see that, you know, you have like a kind of a far off shot. Find it kind of interesting how they're unable to find anything on the other cameras. But, oh wait, now, here we go. Here we go. So, still seeing lava float. They're saying that the ash column height was 4,500 meters just then on that ticker, but no, it doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense. Now, how come we weren't able to see this earlier? Like a couple seconds ago. I highly doubt that that just stopped going up top. Looking at some calm activity up at the top, but it is still indeed there. Looks like it's picking back up. Keep an eye out for smoke and all those kind of things. Vinny is still rocking the house, dropping lots of lava. And they said that the lava has been degasified in a lot of places, meaning that we're still dealing with some very fluid lava. And that's why we're getting as many as 11 flows. This was a day drive. You can see all that ash on the ground. Let me see if I can get some better footage. Turn this up for a moment. Yeah, it's not much better. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention today. Do you remember when Bushcraft Bear was talking about the chef that came in. I figured out who that chef was. I think Taz brought in a donation site. Just 1 second. That was on the Discord. I don't know if I can vouch for this site itself, because it did seem like it was basically reading out the same stuff that Bushcraft was. I do appreciate it being sent in, though. But on that website, they mentioned this cook, and I'd like to go into this now, actually. For those that know about how, the world works, Jose Andres. Just 1 sec, pop this up real quick. Get the drop on this guy. The Wikipedia was telling enough, so we'll just go with the wiki. Jose Ramon Andres Puerta is a Spanish-born American chef, restaurateur, and founder of World Central Kitchen. You always can trust any organization, any non-profit organization that starts with the word world, devoted to providing meals in the wake of natural disasters. Just wait until you see where he's been. He is often credited with bringing the small plates dining concept to America. He owns restaurants in Washington, D.C., yada, 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 doesn't really matter. He was awarded a National Humanities Medal at a 2016 White House ceremony for his work with World Central Kitchen. Let's get into that, actually. Just 1 second. So he came out of Barcelona. Well, he was born in Asturias, which I think is in the northwest side of Spain, that little part that's like just above, what do you call it, Portugal, if I'm not mistaken. Though not growing up near Jewish families, when in the United States, he pointed to traces of Jewish culture in Spanish dishes. Interesting that that's put in there. Little Loyola action, I'm pretty sure. He enrolled in culinary school in Barcelona at the age of 15, when he needed to complete his Spanish military service. At age 18, he was assigned to cook for an admiral. He met Ferran Adria in Barcelona, and he worked 3 years at El Bulli from 1988 to 1990. Let's get into some more juicy stuff. Just 1 second. Just a second. Comes out of George Washington University. One thing I want to mention here is right-wing columnist Ann Coulter, the horse's mouth itself, said, decried Andres as a nut foreigner after the latter suggested President Joe Biden should use FEMA to address hunger in the wake of the COVID pandemic in the United States. And Andres replied, I'm so proud you called me a nut. Nuts are fruits where the ovary walls become hard, so I can be a protector of my people and everyone else. And by the way, I think this is actually a tweet, if I'm not mistaken. And it's capitalized. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that. Nuts like me, energy dense, nutrient rich, what we need to feed USA. Nuts, you right, girl. Foreigners like almonds, pistachios. Happy holidays. Let's see where that was. Hold on. That was the Hill putting that. And this reeks to me of how to give clout to lefties. Right? Ann Coulter, I don't believe for a second, is legit. I think she is controlled opposition. And when you need someone to give street cred for a lefty, you get people like this to call them nut jobs. Nothing that is actually of any interest to anybody whatever. It's just this personal insult that's easy. It's like a slow ball pitch for him to knock out of the park and sound like he's awesome. That kind of stuff. Trump Hotel Restaurant and Lawsuit. Andres planned to open a restaurant in the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. in 2016. After Trump made disparaging comments about undocumented Mexican immigrants in June 2015, Andres withdrew from the contract from the Trump organization, which then sued him. Andres countersued, and the parties reached a settlement in April 2017. And he remains an outspoken critic of Trump. Oh, so great. Now, this is where I want to get into. His nonprofit, the World Central Kitchen. Commie, if I ever heard it. Globo homo, if I've ever heard that before. In response to the 2010 Haiti earthquake, Andres formed, oh, interesting, just like the Clintons, right? They went down there. Andres formed World Central Kitchen, which provides healthy food to families and individuals touched by disasters. Since it was founded, the NGO has organized meals in the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Zambia, Peru, Cuba, Uganda, and Cambodia. Now, folks, what happens in Cambodia and all that stuff? Did you ever hear about people who go to Cambodia? It's, for those who really, really love kids. Really, really, really love kids. Except not at all. And same thing with Haiti, and same thing with Uganda. I don't know if you know about the civil war crisis that was going there over the past few years. This is probably the sketchiest resume I've ever heard as humanitarianism. It has provided aid and meals in the United States and Puerto Rico, and has helped during the COVID in the United States. Yeah, interesting stuff. I bet you this guy has a few skeletons in his closet. Probably, shipping some kids around, with love, of course. Let's see some of his awards that people want to send to him. Best Chef of the Mid-Atlantic Region by James Beard Foundation. We have the Orden de las Artes y las Letras de España, the Order of the Arts and Letters, Cabinet of Spain. Vilcek Prize, Culinary Arts. Outstanding chefs. James Beard seems to really like him. I don't know too much about this guy. Maybe we'll take a look into it later. We have a National Humanities Medal, right? Philanthropy Medal. National Endowment for the Humanities. United States Government. Lifetime Achievement Award, International Association of Culinary Professionals. Let's see. Princess of Asturias Award in the category Concord. I don't know what that is. Guess where else he got his honorary degree? Georgetown University, the Jesuit stronghold of Maryland. And so that's why I didn't even know this, actually. I didn't see that part before. Of course he got his honorary degree from Georgetown, right? And that's, of course, he's in Haiti, just like the Clintons, right? Though not growing up near Jewish families. See, this is what the Jesuits do, by the way. When they want to throw you off, they throw in Jewish families in early life and education. That's what they do. And don't get me wrong, there are a few little hats that are worth questioning indeed, but this is how it works. This is how it works. They get their honorary degree from Georgetown University. Very interesting. I'm glad I went through this. Recipient of Second Courage and Civility Award from Jeff Bezos at press conference following Blue Origin's first human flight. By the way, did you ever take a look at the Glassdoor for Blue Origin? Man, oh man, they do not treat their employees very well. They're treated like a bunch of drones, like Borglets or something. Yep. So, and also he makes one of the world's 100 most influential people on Time magazine. So that's all I need to see to start digging a little bit more into this guy. Another doctorate from George Washington University, which has its own sketchy ties in and of itself, but I haven't done enough research on it. Maybe there's some people that are a little bit more knowledgeable in that. Andres was appointed by Barack Obama as an ambassador for citizenship and naturalization. In 2018, Andres was named as a Nobel Peace Prize nominee for his humanitarian work, his philanthropy, right? And his personal life, let's see, became a naturalized U.S. citizen in December 2013. He's married to Patricia Fernandez de la Cruz and has 3 daughters. They live in Bethesda, Maryland, Jesuit stronghold, United States. He met his wife while they were both living in Washington, D.C. He's originally from Cadiz, Andalusia, in the southwest of Spain. Now, hold on. Asturias is where? Am I getting this wrong, folks? Did I get it wrong? Asturias, can they make up their mind? I feel like Asturias is way up there. Yeah, it is. It's way up there. So is he from Cadiz or is he from Asturias? But anyways, whatever. Usually these people have 10 different places they come from anyways. Throw you off. Let's see. Another philanthropist. Yeah. There's a lot of sick crap in this world. So this is the guy that, what's his name? Bushy was talking about when he said, a famous chef came here and said that he couldn't imagine the amount of solidarity. So I wonder if he's got a little bit of business, because Canary Islands is a great place to have a stepping stone if you want to be a child trafficker. Now, I don't know if he is. All right. So I'm just saying, if I was a child trafficker, this would be the place I would have my little stepping stone so that I can get down to the Caribbean. I can get to Africa. I can get to, one step away then from the Indian Ocean and everything beyond that. It's the perfect place. It's like the center of the world for some of these traffickers, I would imagine. So I can only imagine these child traffickers which it is actually a problem in the Canary Islands. You can look that up for yourself. I don't know if he's one of them. But isn't it interesting that as soon as this started, he shows up with a whole bunch of yachts with his buddies and all that stuff and starts cooking meals and talking about solidarity? Maybe something to quell people down? Maybe something to protect his investment so people don't go looking too much? Right? Something like that, right? Yes, yeah, I do believe that there is more to be learned about this guy indeed. Mr. Jose Andres. Yeah. But thank you very much to, I believe it was iBookBean that gave me that information. Looking a little bit into that. And also Taz Media. That was, I think it was you that dropped the info on the donation site. Please go ahead. You can please go ahead and post that donation site if you'd like. I just found it really interesting when I found that guy's name and looked it up. Yeah. Is he going to be made a saint soon? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure Francis will have something to say after this is all said and done for how great he handled all this stuff, right? Of course. Of course, that's how it works. Great footage by La Palma, or TV La Palma at the moment. It's not live, but some great stuff to look at. Looks like this is the East Coast, around Santa Cruz. Could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the only place that has such density on the side like that. I don't think Tazacorte's like that. Looks very rich as well. Yeah, so if you have any more information on that guy, I would love to get it. Mr. Honorary Georgetown degree. And good evening to Susie. Good to see you. Cooking dinner and listening. Bon appetit. Or bon appetit. I should say. Yeah, pathetic how pedophilia flocks in to help. Or yeah, pedophilia flex in to help the third world. Surely it has nothing to do with the minions of Rome. No, never, no. It's a complete coincidence. He has a Georgetown degree. Yep. Throw in a few huge yachts for good measure. Yeah. What the poor people who've lost their homes. Yeah. Make sure that it looks like the big money's on the way. The cavalry has come, Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, 2-star cook. He sounds like a real Care Bear, doesn't he? Yeah, indeed. That's it. I don't know. Did you see the picture with the bow tie as well? Let me see if I can show that one. Oh, goodness. I don't know. I'm convinced that the bow tie is a sign. I'm convinced. This is when he got his, I guess, 100 Men of the Year, or 100 Most Influential People of the Year, or whatever. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you guys. I'm sorry. I'll only do it. I try to do it once. If it's okay with you, if you think that this is a decent stream or anything like that, and you'd like to bump up the algorithm, since Susan is certainly not going to be helping me anytime soon, please hit the like button, and if you'd like to, you can certainly subscribe. We do updates, usually daily. I didn't do one today, but I think I'll be doing much more daily updates on that. I'll probably be covering that guy a little bit more too, so if that's something that interests you, hit the sub and like button, and I'll shut up for the rest of the stream about that, because I hate asking for it. But just get that snowball rolling, you know what I mean? We have some guy sweeping up his stuff. Now, just, again, like I said before, if that's on the floor, what's in their lungs? What's in their lungs? This is outside, but there's also videos where they're inside and sweeping all this up, and it's not much better than this either. Absolutely disgusting. A quarter bucket full or something like that of ashes. Yeah, welcome to La Palma, tourists. No takesies backsies, and that includes your own body. Let's see what else I'm missing there. Sorry to anybody I missed the conversation. It's already getting pretty crazy. I got dumped. Oh, you got dumped, dear John. Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. You'll find someone better, Greg. You'll find someone better. Just took a 5-hour nap, so it's wake and bake. There's a part of me that kind of missed those days. I don't smoke weed anymore, but it can be, I guess, a little relaxing or something. We are called to be of a sober mind, but yeah, it's not the worst lifestyle. You could be a philanthropist. I'm sure you guys heard about politicians suggesting bombing the volcano. Here's the thing. I don't think they suggested it. I think it was brought up to them that you have someone like General Patton actually did that one time in Hawaii. That didn't work out so well. And in my opinion, I think it's a distraction. You're more than welcome to post it, but I think it was a way to just throw people off of just how terrible the response has been. I mean, it's just been an awful, awful, awful response. Now the tourists know. So good luck trying to get some more tourists in there. They need to cover this up as much as possible. And that they've been doing. Let's see if it's enough. Greg, how liberating is she? How liberating does it feel? Like, give it a couple days, man. Give it a couple days. You'll be just fine. You'll find someone even better looking. How about that? Let's see. Well, the way the whole thing is handled, it suggests there's something else at work. Of course, they would always say it. Just 1 second. They always would say it would be for our protection, which is all BS most likely. Indeed, they keep mentioning how they withhold information as to, and certain pictures as to withhold or to protect the psychological well-being of the people of La Palma. But they don't care about it at all when they ship in tourists that are taking selfies of people, people behind them sweeping ash off their roofs and stuff like that. When you have that kind of thing going on, they don't really care about that stuff. It's all about withholding information for whatever they have going on that's at work. Let's see. But yeah, great comment. There's something more at play here, and it's certainly not about bombing volcanoes. Although I appreciate it. We have talked about that before. Let's see. Here's the thing: find a place that has giant Jenga and make it an extra giant by stacking the blocks sideways, 4x4 overlapping. Every time that's played at my bar, someone gets lucky. I'll just say. Late to class? No, don't worry about it, my friend. Don't worry. You can skip back a little bit if you want to learn more about them. We have Bushcraft coming up in 15 minutes, so yeah. Let's see. The upper vent and vent below has been like that for about 4 hours now. But we'll start up again, I guarantee it, 100%. I mean, well, we're seeing it now, actually, since I caught that message. I'm late to the punch, and it looks like this is indeed starting up again. Looks like, again, we have major clogging that's happening on that main. And it's causing some severe problems. Severe problems. We've heard about that now, that lava flow that they were talking about on going northeast, which is completely different from everywhere else. Let's see. Here's my advice, Greg. Definitely do not go on any of those online match sites. Rome is a time thief, and then you'll get a romance scammer. Yeah, those sites are... I remember one good experience. I had a good girlfriend from there one time. But it certainly isn't the place where... It's not my go-to. Not my go-to. I like meeting people up front. There's nothing quite beats the quote-unquote the chase, you know what I mean? And the worry whether or not they're going to turn you down. That becomes a thrill in of itself, you know? And if you get turned down, you get turned down. And if not, or if you don't get turned down, that's great. There's nothing beats that. I don't think that the online stuff could ever come close. I've only had like one time where I went online with it, and it was okay because I found like a decent girlfriend or whatever, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same as meeting a girl, wanted to see, and then just taking the chance. You know what I mean? Because you can take the chance 40 times an hour on those sites, you know? And it's just not the same. Just not the same. Will you get shut down? Will you get lucky? You know what I mean? Brother of the craft, I'm guessing, 100%. Yeah, are you talking about Jose Andres? Yeah. Let's see. Volcano YouTube Live, you got a new footage? Let me check. Sorry I was late on that there. Everybody knows a little place like Kokomo. Just give it a moment. Oh yeah, this is a pretty good one. This is a pretty good one indeed. Let's take a look. That's where we wanna go to get away from it all. I will replace the, I like TV La Palma. They usually show some good shots, and this stuff is actually quite interesting to watch. I'm gonna replace the bottom left one with this. Stand by. Just be a sec.
Moto se localiza cerca de la latitud.
That's where we wanna go to get away What's a good one about this is that you can see the earthquakes come in. Like this one right here is likely a small earthquake. And you can see this from the observatory on the north end. Well, you could, at least at one point. How low that ceiling was. Usually it's up here. Man, I need one of those things to stop my tss. Sorry about that, guys. Maybe move it back a little bit or something. Should work. Should be okay. Sound like a grandmother. It's nice to have you. Way down in Kokomo, Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take it to Bermuda. Okay, so we do have that link from Taz Media. I do recommend a bit of vetting. There were some things that on it that I was just like, oh, this sounds like Bushcraft talking. Official accounts to donate to La Palma. Now, this was posted on September 26th, but they have a whole bunch of different ones that it looks legit to me. You can just double check if you guys wouldn't mind, like the town council and the island's government and stuff like that. So take a look at that for yourself. Official accounts made to donate to La Palma. The column of ash from the volcano is huge, perhaps 12,000 feet high. That ash has been raining down on the island, and it's nasty stuff. It's much finer than the sand on the beach, so it gets everywhere, 100%, absolutely, including in your masks, your useless masks. It's highly abrasive, basically minute glass shards, and it contains traces of sulfur. Mix that with water, and you get sulfuric acid. Very diluted sulfuric acid, but still. The island snowplow has been clearing the roads to keep them open for the emergency services. I don't think that's going to work. One island snowplow. The driver is dressed like he expects a nerve gas attack. This is not an exaggeration. And, well, I mean, people really should have been treating it like this, to be honest. You're living in there for, what, 44 days now? That's a lot of gas, a lot of ash to be taken into your lungs. And your eyes. And your skin. It's in everywhere, in your ears. some of these is oh boy. I mean, I guess the person that posted, they're doing their best, right? They can only work with the information that they have, and it's not terrible information, but it does sound like it was official stuff, you know. La Palma's airport is intermittently closed, and that is still the case now. The ferries are running, but sometimes full. All humans and, in parentheses, or not in parentheses, but in brackets, I believe pets are safe. And most livestock too. No, sorry. That, I mean, this is old information, but we'll give them that. But that's not what's going on. There's a reason why he had to go down and talk about the dogs. And there was, what, we heard 2 of them? We heard 2 dogs? Yeah, it's because the pets aren't safe. Because the pets aren't safe. Neither are the livestock that are down in the south end. But some people had to leave in a hurry with only one small suitcase. The telescopes are out of the danger zone, but closed due to the volcanic ash. And apparently, they did not even close some of those observatories, like you know, where the telescope actually comes out. 350 homes are completely gone, and that is.
Update quake magnitude 2. 80 already one-time updates. So far, Spain with depth 13 kilometers occurs in invalid date.
Okay, all right. Sounds interesting. Just a sec. Let me see if I can turn that off wherever that was. Oh, this is down here. Okay, the new one. Let's get back to that. So this was as of the 26th of, so it was a 1 week in, 350 homes are completely gone, and I think about 60 damage. Is way more now, folks. Way more. I haven't seen a number for the farms and businesses, but about 30% of the island's banana crop is wrecked. That's about 10% of the island's economy for the year. Oh, that's probably where I got that number earlier, and it's probably far more now. Please don't even try to go into the evacuation area or near it. Stay away from anything between JD in the south and El Paso to the north. They're quite narrow roads, and emergency services don't need traffic jams. Yeah, well, imagine now with all the road cutoffs and landslides and lava flows. And, well, I mean, a lot of these emergency services, they are not even going near those zones now. They've been pulled out of those emergency zones. The LP 301 over the ridge is closed from San Isidro to the junction with the main road above El Paso. It's really not safe, and I think there was some mention of €1,000 fines. Please do donate. There are multiple collection points for donations of things like food, clothes, towels, pet food, and shower gel. Alternatively, donate cash to the accounts above. As the graphic says, that allows them to fill in the gaps. So if you guys can do, if you can do like your own work on this, I'm not sure if it's 100% a good one to go, but I mean, these do look like they are official, so at least they give some information other than like an email or something for PayPal. There is a GoFundMe there as well. So yep, that's a link that you'll see up above from Taz Media. If you want to look into this further, please go ahead. Thank you very much for passing that in. And this is where I got the Jose Andres update. Jose Andres, the famous chef who provides meals in the wake of disasters, is here. Yeah, that's where I found him. So I figured I'd do a little look. And before I even knew about the Georgetown University, he was looking pretty sketch. So yeah, let's pull this down. Yeah, thanks again, Taz. Most appreciated. And let's see. Vandal, good that you're here. You said something about RV channel last night. I didn't catch your comment after. If you dropped another one, let us know. Let us know. Now, let's see what we got going on. It's not a bow tie. They are bat wings. I met my ex online. It was the worst mistake of my life. Spent 2 years in the States, which I love, but living with her was hell. Meeting someone in real life would have been a better option. Listen, man, you can get duds and mismatches in real life as well. So I won't completely, turn it down, but I think there is certainly some things that you won't be able to pick out online. You can show your best face online a lot easier, I mean, look at me, right? Let's see. My sister met her hubby from a dating site, and they have 4 kids now. See, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it can work. It can not work. She's got Russian heavies as bodyguards. Speaking of Ghost Builder, let's see, 1 second. U.S. Army has done it in Hawaii before. Timeless Legend said, I think bombing a volcano is possibly the worst idea ever, but I have a better idea. Throwing Greta into the volcano and satiate the anger of the earth. With all the advantage being taken, you think Rome could dial back its absolute authority and immunity a little bit. Sort of rain in the blanket, so to speak. Disband the Knights of Malta. 100% on that last comment, that's for sure. Let's see. What am I missing? Chris Jones, great to see you. We got some old timers to this channel here. Good couple of them actually. Thanks, Cortana. Leave it on. We like AI waifus. I could. If you want, I can keep it on. Sure. It's good to get like the updates kind of come at you like without having to look. I'll keep it low. Keep it low. Couple minutes to bushcraft, folks. Fear is a strong motivating factor, as our oppressors have discovered. Absolutely essential to their fascist formula and obstruction of justice. 100%. Fear, 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 and love. Fake love, fake love, fake love. Look at these dogs. We love the dogs. They're back in that now. Actually, there was another... I saw another mainstream media source being posting about the dogs earlier, too. Brian was on RV last night to work things out. Okay, cool, man. Cool. Yeah, I try and stay away from that drama. Try and call out the old Vatican before, and other like that are straight up grifters. I don't think these guys are, or at least RFB. Old Greta to the volcano. That's funny. Hold on. Let's see what I got here. I know I got some Greta memes here somewhere. Let's see what this one. 4 on it here. Everybody knows a little place like Volcano. This one's great. Okay. Little David Hogg and Greta action, both of them serving the same purposes. All right, I just need a quick water refill, and then we'll cover the old Bushcraft Bear. I'm gonna play a little bit of music just to hype you guys up. Okay, this is George Harrison.
I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. Got my mind set on you. But it's gonna take money. A whole lot of spending money. It's gonna take plenty of money to do it right, child. It's gonna take time, whole lot of precious time. It's gonna take patience and time to do it, 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 to do it right, child. I got my mind set on you. 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 And this time I know it's real. The feeling that I feel. I know if I put my mind to it, I know that I really can do it. I got my mind set on you. Set on you. I got my mind set on you. Set on you. But it's gonna take money. Whole lot of spending money. It's gonna take plenty of money to do it right, child. It's gonna take time. Whole lot of precious time. It's gonna take patience and time to do it, 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 to do it right. I got my mind set on you. 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 And this time I know it's real. The feelings that I feel.
Hello, my dear viewers.
My mind to it. I know that I really could do it, but it's gonna take money. A whole lot of spending money. It's gonna take plenty of money to do it right, child. It's gonna take a time, a whole lot of precious time. It's gonna take patience and time to do it, to do it, to do it, to do it, to
What a sketchy set that is. Filled with occult symbolism, but whatever. That was George Harrison. Let's go to the old bushcraft. No, don't play that again. You only need to hear that once. Alright. Hello, my dear viewers. You cannot see anything, but it is a beautiful day.
Hello my dear viewers, this is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live here from the Canary Islands, La Palma. Monday afternoon. I have never seen the volcano like this before. The sky is black, full of ash.
The dogs are back.
This is very strange at the moment.
No, it's not strange at all. This is basically normal. It's been like this for a week, and you're pretending like this is just it's crazy. This is just I've never seen this before. No, yes you have. Yes you have. You saw it yesterday. You saw it the day before, and you've seen it many days before that too. You're a liar.
The wind direction changed. Now the ash cloud is going towards to the north side probably, and will affect maybe the airport. All right.
Will affect maybe the airport. Well, that's not really north though, is it? That's not really north at all.
Let's have a look down into the valley.
To the valley.
It looks a little bit apocalyptic today. I have never
A little
seen
bit
this
apocalyptic.
before. It's so black. If we go a little bit to the left side, you can see the caldera, and normally I can see.
Yeah. Thankfully, we cannot see this mountain that you just shove into our faces every day as if that's something we want to see. So you can't do that today.
Nothing. Only black ash in the air.
What a cheapskate, man. Can you get a better mic?
Los Llanos, everything is gray and gray. Normally you can see the colorful houses down there. Here you see the volcano. The volcano.
Oh, now that's actually a pretty cool shot. So you get the blue from the sulfur hitting here, and we also have the sky hitting it as well. That's kind of cool. That's a cool contrast. And then the yellow in between the yellow stripes. This is it is a pretty cool shot. I'll give him that.
It's more or less quiet today, but sometimes you can hear some explosions. And over there you can see the blue sky.
Yeah. In between the tourists that are freaking out because they can't get off the island after they listen to your BS.
Normally, without the volcano today, it would be like that. I would say it would be a blue, sunny sky, nice weather. But now it's a little bit fresh. Okay, the air is good.
Now it's a little bit
Direction
fresh.
change.
What?
Now the north side of the island will get all the ash. And yeah, it's very bad.
Very bad for you. Yeah. These people have been dealing with it for 43 days.
Now I'm here back at a other
You're happy as a lark, though, aren't you?
location because I was talking to someone on the hill very long. We had a good conversation about the volcano, and then I had to.
Another conversation we'll never see. Another interview we'll never see. I don't know if he speaks Spanish. Maybe he's talking to them, but he's just too lazy to do translations. Maybe that's another reason for it. He is an incredibly lazy man.
Do something. So now I came back here, and yeah, now the air is getting more clean over here. The view is very good.
I thought it was going north. You're directly north. So what is it? No, it's going to the east, and it's affecting Mazo. It's affecting Santa Cruz. It's affecting Breña Alta and Breña Baja.
We can have a very good view to the lava streams.
More crappy music. Yeah, very quiet, very quiet. That thing's pushing up like crazy. We can't see this stuff because they don't allow the cameras to show it.
Approximately an
That reminds me of Star Trek when Brennan Braga is like able to pick the music. This is the crap that we get.
hour ago there was another earthquake, maybe a 5 magnitude earthquake. I did not look in the internet yet.
Yeah, it's because you're lazy. It's because you're not a reporter. It's because you don't look up anything whatsoever except you just say what they tell you to say.
Did feel this earthquake live, and it was a strong one.
Cry more.
Yes. At the moment here, this night, I did feel some earthquakes as well, but from the number of earthquakes, it's getting a little bit less. So now,
No,
actually
actually,
this,
it
at the
increased
moment, is
again.
like a relief.
The relief, yeah. No, it's increasing again. The earthquakes are picking back up.
This is like someone is taking away a black blanket from you, and now everything is bright. The sun is shining a little bit more. I can see more blue sky, and all the ash is blown away because the last couple of days, no matter what you're doing outside, everything is full of ash. It's everywhere, in your hair, in your clothing, everywhere. Even if you drink coffee outside, when the cup of coffee is empty, you can look into your cup, ash inside. What did I write down here?
Slurp that up, buddy.
What could I observe yesterday? So yesterday evening I was in the city, and it was very busy yesterday. There were about 10,000 people here in La Palma to look at the volcano, to see the volcano. And there were lots of people, and they had no vests. So there were, besides the street, it was dark, and it's because of the ash, it's dark as well, you know. We don't see the people, it's very dangerous. They had no protective masks. The air was so
They have no
dirty.
protective mask. I thought it was all taken care of. They were giving it all out.
Or most of them, they did not have a mask. A good mask, you know.
Exactly, like you.
More. Eruptive activity on La Palma continues. Since the last report, there were 83 earthquakes. So the number of the earthquakes is going down, but the earthquakes are getting stronger. Yeah, an hour ago, maybe there was another strong earthquake, maybe a 5-er. I don't know yet.
Quake magnitude 3.10 has been detected from a distance 7 kilometers from Volcano La Palma with depth 37 kilometers, occurs in Invalid. Date.
An invalid. Date. Good waifu.
The island's network of permanent GNS stations shows a slight deformation towards the southwest at station LP03, which is closest to the eruption centers. Slight deflation is maintained at the most remote stations, possibly associated with deep seismicity.
Some words that I don't understand.
Lava covered 970 hectares and destroyed 2,562 buildings.
It's up to 2,700 actually. You are a couple days behind.
Since the eruption of the La Palma volcano on September 19th. The ash could affect the airport of La Palma today, on Monday.
Yeah, they're closed. The airport's closed.
The town hall of La Palma warns of...
So that's his way to break it to the tourists that he suckered into coming in here. To say they're screwed. They're stuck here now. Awesome.
Possible earthquakes of magnitude 6. The official Twitter account of the town hall of La Palma has issued recommendations regarding the possibility of magnitude 6 earthquakes. Okay, we will see what that means, if there will be such earthquakes.
What a scam artist.
So yeah, now I will edit this video, then I will go out again. Today it's very good to be outdoors. I can refresh and refuel some energy. Maybe I go to the beach today. We will see.
You go to the beach.
I have the camera with me, and I will show you everything. So thank you very much for your kind comments and praise.
See ya. Goodbye. By the way, in the Discord, we're starting to get the drop on him in Bushy Bear. It's the channel Bushy Bear down under the Redpills and memes, so check that out. Actually, there was a lot of stuff that's been dropped there now. Seems like this guy has made quite a living out of being a grifter, and he's been around for quite a long time. When he gets caught, he removes his information, and then you can't really find anything about him. But no, it's not totally true. It seems like we're catching a good few things about how this guy operates, so definitely check that out for yourself. And if you have any information you'd like to drop in, you're more than welcome to do so. Just join that Discord. I believe I have it pinned up top. Just 1 second. I will shill it one more time. Oh, no, I don't. Hold on now. Let's get that. Discord. Thought I pinned it. So yeah, join that up. Lots of other stuff as well. Yeah, he didn't mention that people were told to stay indoors. Hey, very interesting. Very interesting stuff. Avidan has left the building. Oh, I thought I'm still here, aren't I? I think I'm here. Let's see. Any crybabies yet? You're a hater. That's what happens when you're live. When we got another video coming up. Just be one sec. Good to see you, Sermon Fapple. I'm doing well. How about yourself? It's not recruitment, by the way. I care and love people and want them to see them get saved. Dang straight, man. Lazy Bones, setting in the sun. How do you expect to get the day's work done? Well, I think if you're trying to save... Okay, yeah, I'll let you guys duke that one out. Let's see. Doesn't have an app on his phone. Smart guy. Yeah. That's it. The pic of Greta is creepy. I thought Halloween was yesterday. Yeah. That's it's him, or sorry, it's David Hogg and Greta mixed together. When Justin takes a break, it's a good time to refresh. That is my other name, or my actual name, Justin, for those that are wondering. X-Ray, call me Captain Obvious because I'm a boomer. Wake up call. Good to see you, my friend. Let's see. Did the 10,000 people? Yeah, he said 10,000. So did Afar TV in their news ticker. So did a whole bunch of different places, trying to pump up those numbers on Friday for the markets, right? But then we get the real number today, which was 1,200 to 1,500 people.
Magnitude 3.
See what they're saying?
The already one-time updates so far Spain with depth 43 kilometers occurs in invalid date.
Timeless Legend said, by the way, you can probably buy a good mask, quote unquote, that's been highly recommended by BB. From his website very soon, comes with his personal autograph. Great stuff. Sorry if I missed any other comments there. I just need to kind of get through this real quick. Let's finish. I want to try and almost get this done within half an hour, because these ones are a little bit boring today. I actually go there and convert every diffuser bong okay, into a portable air scrubber. He also sues people, and he's extremely rich. I advise you to check it out, and I will provide any source information you need. Yeah, that was also mentioned in the Bushy Bear chat. Yeah, I hear about that. That doesn't bother me in the least bit. I'm sick of grifters. I don't care what they do to me. I just don't care. I don't know how all these people across the world could be doing their diffuser bombs, or bonds, and not put two and two together. They can't get enough microparticulate is the reason. Yeah, maybe. All right, let's get on to the next one. I got my mind set on you. Actually, hold on one second. We got some action here. Hold on. Let's take a look at this first. Look at this go. So we got a fully going now. It's rocking the house up top. Very, very fast. Take a look at the power on this. We're very much back to a jet propulsion. Although it does still look like there is some clogging going on, right? It looks like it's breathing through a straw. You know what I mean? We got Vinny here going pretty nuts down below. The lava looks very, very fluid. So it looks like most of the gas is separate from the lava, which means that's going to be flowing. Those 11 lava flows are going to be rocking. Wow, look at this go, man. That is no joke. Wow. And to TV La Palma footage. This is that lava coming down. So this is going towards the north, but also it's found a ravine here that seems to be going to the west. So that is good news for the people living up north. Let's hope it stays that way, and it does seem like it will for the most part, because just due to the fluid nature of the lava. It's when it goes slow is when it starts blocking up and then going through the sides and changing direction. But I think we can even, I don't know if this is a trick of the light, but it does look like this overflow is starting to spill over. Hopefully it doesn't do so around here. Be a big problem. Big problem. A couple little small quakes, I think, as well. Take another look at the quakes before we get to the next video. Just one sec. Up here. Oh, goodness. So many tabs. Is it this one? Yes. Last one being 10 minutes ago. A 3.3 at a depth of 43 kilometers. Does seem to be a little bit more north than usual. Maybe right under Bushy's house. 30 minutes ago, there was also another one, 2.8 at 13, and a 3.0 at 11 kilometers of depth, when I say those numbers, in the teens at 11. So, still quite active. Very active indeed, and that's probably where we're getting this extra push. Ambassador Scorpia, I haven't seen that in a while. It's gonna take money. Yeah, it's a good song. It's a good song. I don't believe it'll stay that way, just a feeling. Maybe, we'll see. We'll see. I never had a wrench before on YouTube, chat. Cool. Can I expulse congressmen or MPs or something? Of course you can, man. Of course you can. All right. Next video from the grifter of all grifters.
Hello my dear viewers, this is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live here from the Canary Islands, La Palma. Since 6 weeks here on this island there is a volcano eruption, and today the volcano is not visible, just here some lava. You can see the lava stream behind me. Yes, the last 2 days we had a lot of problems with the ash, and it is a lot of work to remove the ash from the ground.
Not that you know anything about that, since you're up on the mountain doing nothing to help anybody except for yourself, and post your old PayPal because you're a grifter.
The roofs of the houses or from the cars everywhere. So everybody was or is very busy with the ash. Me too.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, now we will head down to the valley. We will see what's going on down there. Today was a holiday, it's Monday, and I'm a little bit under the Mirador El Time. You can see the lights over here. Very busy. Normally they are closing in the evenings, but now they are open very late in the evening. There are still a lot of cars over there. People who want to see the volcano. I met today some viewers of my channel Bushcraft Bear. They were from Gran Canaria, and it was very nice to talk to them.
Show them.
Yes, and so sometimes you meet some people and you share the latest news and you have a little chat with them. That's very nice. Very friendly people here around. Yeah, this afternoon I was talking to a German man. He was here just for a couple of days. He rented a car and slept in, or is sleeping in the car, and he wanted to see the volcano.
Apparently there's a ton of Germans leaving. The locals are not very happy with these people.
Traveler. He travels a lot, and now he had a chance to see the volcano. We were talking a little bit. Yes, at the moment you can meet a lot of people here on this island. Here you can see the lights of the beautiful city of Los Llanos. A little bit on the right side here you can see the lava streams, and there is a light, maybe there's a factory or something. And here there is this town of Tazacorte, and then there is the Atlantic Ocean. I can
Yeah, you can see what?
Many lava streams.
Yeah, many. Yeah. No, there's actually 11 of them.
Well, let's come to the news. So, the quality of the air here on La Palma worsens, and that is because...
It worsened about a week ago, man. And the ceiling has been this low for the past 3 days, so... Yeah, you're just reading out the teleprompter, same as Jose Maria Blanco and all her stooges.
Because the volcano emitted so much ash the last couple of days. Another thing, there is a lava stream that could possibly destroy the streets to Puerto Naos, and this is the only street to Puerto Naos. So the director of Pevolca,
you know, this is his way of saying, tourists, you're screwed, right? The airports are done, ferries are screwed, the logistics are just completely screwed over. So all of these tourists he got in here are now completely screwed.
To the government that they should build a new street to Puerto Naos, because this is the only street. If the lava stream destroys this, it's not so good. You cannot
Look at him pretending to be concerned about the people.
reach Puerto Naos. Not only the lava is a threat, the ash is a threat too, because the ash covers plants, the ground, and if it is raining, or if it will rain, the ash can get very heavy. So it's very important to remove the ash from the roof of buildings. The seismicity of the volcano is still very high, but only or mostly in the depth of 10 to 11 kilometers.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the only time you mentioned that, don't you? The depths. Yeah. What about last week with those crazy numbers? And still, even today, the 5 point whatever it was, it certainly wasn't a 4.0. That was down as far as 47 kilometers.
Yesterday was Sunday, and it was the day 32 of the volcano outbreak here, Cumbre Vieja. And now this volcano is stronger, or the eruption goes or takes longer than the eruption from the San Juan volcano, which erupted in 1949. All right, my dear viewers, that's all
Yeah,
for
we knew
today.
that last week.
Hopefully this will be a quiet night without earthquakes, and hopefully tomorrow there will be no ash in the air and some
But there will. Like, why are you hoping for this? You know what I mean? Like, this is false hope. Really? Come on, man. Come on, you're just such a liar.
sun shine. That would be very nice. Okay, so thank you very much for your kind comments and prayers. Thank you for your support. I wish you all the very best. I wish all the best.
Oh boy. Anyways, once again, that Bushy Bear, if you want to read the information about him, especially if you're a German speaker, because a lot of the people that are calling him out are other Germans. So that is actually great to hear from what I was looking at. So take a look at that into yourself. We could use some German translators. Let me know. Just send me a message if you are in the Discord and you speak German, so I can set you up as a German translator if you'd like to cover this guy more. Because we need to start busting him. It looks like he's got pretty shady past. He's got a pretty shady past.
For the people here on this island,
No, you don't.
Take care.
You could not pull a hair for these people, and that's why you're saying it was normal for 42 days, 43 days, whatever. Yeah, you don't care at all.
See you tomorrow in another video. Goodbye.
If you cared, once more, you would put something beside your PayPal, because yeah, apparently you've been running this kind of scam for a long time now. You got enough money. Apparently, we're going to learn a lot more about him too. All right, so that's the bushcraft for the day. We got it done in under half an hour, thank goodness. I can't stand looking at him. It's been smoking the hopium too much. All I'd have to do is put my nice clean diffuser bong. Okay, the bong. That's I'm gonna get away from that bong talk. Timeless legend. Google translates every language perfectly for me. Yeah, there are some nuances to the language though. Like I speak French, and when I use Google Translate to look up words and stuff like that, a lot of the spirit of the language could be lost. So sometimes you get some weird thing. Well, you hear him when he talks, like when he mentions when he does his translations, because that's all he does, just translates information for what he calls the National Geographic Institute. No, it's the National Geological Institute. But he basically just translates from these websites, and that's his job. That's his job. He just throws it into Google Translate, and you can see when there are massive problems. Lisa says the lava spout of the volcano, when falling on the promontory generated by the collapse of a few days ago, it is divided into several fronts that subtract contribution to the mainstream that goes to the sea, explains the volcanologist Vicente Soler. Yeah, that's a good point. A good point, because when it spews out fast, you get this surge that can't be maintained. Right, and so at some point that stops, it creates a barrier, and that's probably why you get that choppy action. Oh, they don't have the Yuletide logs on at the moment, but usually when you see like those choppiness, and it looks like a whole bunch of intermittent ones, that's usually a result of that. It goes as far as it can go no further, but then the underground lava streams, they have to find another way out as they get pushed out in smaller amounts, and that's what creates the diverting lava spouts. Or lava flows, sorry. Let's see if they're a joker. Yeah, he is a joker. Yeah, I might have that big noisy thing you've been avoiding talking about professionally. Yeah, that big noisy thing in the back. It's very quiet right now. We have a tweet from Tiffany.
So one thing I'll just let you know, I don't know if this is the case, but the name itself, Apophis, I think that's, is Apophis the god of the underworld? Apophis. Egyptian mythology. Spirit of evil, darkness, and destruction. Not the underworld. Sorry about that. That's Anubis. That's who I was thinking of. And the enemy of sun god Ra. And another thing that to let you know, Javier, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Spanish speakers, but I do believe Javier, or Javier, whatever, is the Spanish spelling for Xavier. Yes, yes. The name derives from Catholic saint, or Catholic diddler, named Saint Francis of Xavier. Refers to the saint's birthplace, and guess which order he belonged to? The Jesuit order. He was one of the founding members, and actually they attribute him, if you look into Xavier, Xavier, Art of War. He was the one that brought it back, I think, if I'm not mistaken. He went to China quite quickly. Basically, as soon as they started, he went through the Portuguese, if I'm not mistaken. They went to Goa in India, and then they went straight to China and Japan. And he brought back the art of war from this. Something to look into, if I'm not mistaken,
quake
anyways.
Magnitude 3.20 has been detected from a distance 7 kilometers from Volcano La Palma with depth 13 kilometers occurs in Invalid. Date.
Good waifu. Good waifu. Just one second. I want to just see what we were looking at there. I'm not trying to, like, thank you very much for bringing that in. I just wanted to point that out. But we'll go to the tweet. Just one second. So, let's translate real quick. Very complicated night as expected in La Palma. Big explosions and lots of lava flow. Yeah, it's a good heads up, isn't it? Ooh, nice footage too. Hold on. Let's take a look. My goodness. So this is what they're not showing us. Great footage. Is this from today? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. This does look like how it is right now. And we have that back vent spewing out black smoke like crazy. That's the back vent that they just won't show us. I suppose it is hard to see through the all the smoke. But it's funny, all of these other independent footage or whatever is able to find it. TV La Palma, I'll give a little bit of a break on that since they have been cordoned off into the church area. Ambassador Scorpio, what do you mean, has this ever been recorded, this continued activity? Are you talking about seismic activity? We do get, we get the reports from, like, the various websites that we do see. It is indeed going. As for explosions, makes sense to me. Cloggage going up, separation of the lava and the gas, and that means the gas being trapped somewhere trying to get out, and we're seeing that come out right now, so yeah, I can imagine there would be certainly explosions. And look at it at the moment. It's not quite as loud as what we're used to hearing, but turn it up a little bit. I got my mind set on you. Look at that lava flow right there. Coming down on the south, or the north end, sorry. Gross.
Update quake magnitude 2, 90 already one-time updates so far. Spain with depth 11 kilometers occurs in invalid date.
No classes tomorrow. 5 municipalities: El Paso, Los Llanos de Avidan, Tazacorte, Tierrafe, and Punta Gorda. Too much ash. This never-ending spewing lava flow and stuff. Yeah, so... It's probably the most prolonged instance of this occurring. There were days where there was more lava. Again, you got these crazy rivers, but they usually ended after about a day or so. But to be able to keep going with 11 lava flows, this I don't know if this has been so constant before. And once again, I think it has something to do with the blockage that's occurring up top. It is intermittent. We do see crazy activity, and then it seems to kind of stop again. But look at that, how this gas is just exploding. Get a better footage. Hold on. I got my mind set on you. Just watch when it comes out, how fast it is. These are all like basically shockwaves. Extremely fast. So when you have gas that's kind of trapped, trying to get out, the lava needs to get out somewhere else. And this is what's happening here now. It's pushing it out wherever it can. And we see Vinny, which is down here. Interesting how you can't see it here now. That's just how much smoke is going on. But it's got to go somewhere, folks. It's got to go somewhere. All this pressure has to go somewhere, so it's often pushing the heavy material up. And because the gas is quite separate from the lava, you get the less gas that's in lava, the faster it can flow, generally. There's other factors, of course, but a lot less like chemical process and other physical processes that slow it down when there's gas in it. So when it's gone, that's what happens. Yeah, and I think this is the long... I mean, we're looking at 3 days of this now. We're going into the 3 days of this. I don't think it's been like this before. But it was never quite this fluid either. I don't think, anyways. Great shot here. You can see it starts to slow at this point. My mind is definitely on the tourists that have been lied to. This is a perfect time to go see it, and the locals that have to deal with that too. I really don't blame the tourists, to be honest. I think they want us blaming the tourists. They bring them in and they can try and play off that. You know what it reminds me of? I've just said this speech before. Hold on.
one of the snakes himself, Mr. Donald Trump. And you knew what I was when you took me in.
And you know, when I came up tonight, I had so many people, they said, could you do us a favor, Wood? Could you talk the snake? You remember the snake? I used to use it on occasion, not often. Does anybody want to hear the snake? Want to hear it? The snake. The snake. The snake. And this has to do with our border. Wasn't meant to be for the border, it was meant to be for other reasons, but this has to be really what's happening to our border. And so many people said,
This is actually the video. I don't know why the video is so bad here, but you can just listen in.
please, please, you
I don't think it was about the border. I think it was about him. But it can be used in many different ways, just like the tourists. Come in, take me in, take me in.
going to Ohio. I don't know the fact that I'm going to Ohio, why they want to talk about the snake. But it's because of immigration, and it's because of the borders, and because Ohio sees it far better than most, don't you? Huh? You understand what's happening. The snake, on her way to work one morning, down the path, along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried. I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you, to the snake. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up, all cozy in a comforter of silk, and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk.
Oh, it's still loud? I
She
turned it down like
hurried home
hardcore.
from work.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. It must have picked up. I thought the balance was okay. I'll turn it back up for those listening afterwards.
That night, and as soon as she arrived, she found that pretty snake she'd taken in had been fully revived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed that vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, the snake gave her a vicious bite.
Just like
Take
that
me
sulfur.
in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in.
Yeah, that's it reminds me a lot, actually. I've been thinking about this speech a lot over the past few days. And these are the people calling the tourists. Take me in, keep spending your money on me. And then when all your airports close, you have no way to flee. That's my couplet of the day. There you go. We have Susie coming in, and I think I missed a couple comments. I'll get right back to him. Let's just see what you got there. This is Oracle, actually. Let us unite here. Let's see what we got. This is since yesterday. These are all the earthquakes coming in. Oh, look how they moved. And then back here.
And this makes sense to me. Like we say before, the second to last chamber is quite crooked. It comes up through the south or the southeast there that you can see. It enters the chamber, and then it's forced to go laterally, which makes sense. As you can see, it's forced to go to the side there. For us, it's northwest. But before it reaches the Cumbre Vieja, it has to go up through a vent, which is actually more to the northwest. And that conduit is crooked, from what we can tell anyways. So this would indicate that we have a new surge of lava going through. Actually, it's looking like the September, though, all the same. It says September here. But it is a really good example. This will happen with every surge of lava, or magma, I should say, not lava. Magma is when it's underneath the ground, before it has been ejected. Lava is when it has reached the surface of the earth and come out through the volcano. It's basically the only difference. And while this is older footage, I will note that this is basically how that works each time. Capitalism cares for no one? Yeah, no system cares for anyone. But one reason why I would prefer capitalism is that you are forced to provide a service. Like the people providing a service are forced to provide it if it is truly a free market. Whereas a controlled market or command economy, it forces people to provide, and it's usually not very good stuff. And just to let you know, Spain is a socialist country at the moment, so I don't know if capitalism really matters at this moment. Business is not exactly capitalism, right? Business happens in all forms of economy. It's just a matter of how you control it, or how much, or how little. But they're all flawed. They're all flawed indeed. And this was actually a month ago that this was posted. Your entire value is reduced to your utility, but I like it like that. I don't like companies preaching to me about how great they are, right? Or how great their thoughts are. No, I want them to provide a service and nothing more. I don't want them to hear. I don't want to hear anything about what we're seeing today, and we all must come together. We're all in this together, because we're not. Because that, whether it's a communist system, socialist, fascist, capitalist, whatever in between, you have people at the top trying to work you over. And under a individualist system or free market system, you have to convince a whole lot more people than you do just a few at the top in a command economy. All isms are bad, says Paul Gustav Maria du Seinscheint. Yep. Zu Seinscheint, sorry. Bingo. Ambassador Scorpio, sorry I missed your comments. Yeah, like this never-ending spewing lava and stuff. Yeah, I think I covered that, hopefully to your satisfaction. I will be a month or more already. It will be a month or more already. Yeah. Oh, but listen, this stuff happens with magma plume volcanoes for sure. Let's see. I can get a little bit further into what drives this now in a moment. Can this be HARP connected? I mean, I'm not in the know, like, I'm not in the inner circles of people that control this stuff, but I would say no. If it was connected at any point, it was to stop it, because this is actually a late volcano. We knew this was going to happen at some point. Those magma chambers have been there for a very, very, very long time, and they were overdue for an eruption. So, how does anybody get these decent night's sleep with all that going on? 100%, yeah. I've been watching the volcano active since day 4, so I've seen all the activity. Overall, yeah, I'd say liquid-wise, it's much more active recently. Yeah, but you mentioned day 4, day 5, those times right after that shockwave that we saw on day 4, and you had those crazy lava flows. This is what this reminds me of, but it seems to be more fluid. I don't know if it's more lava, but definitely for free-flowing lava, this is much more consistent than any of those days, in at least from what I see. And some volcanologists want to start a discussion on the VEI class. Oy vey. We want to change the classification.
of this volcano. Yeah, I remember we were talking about that, saying it was a VEI2, and the only thing that's really missing is like a ceiling height, which I think has been surpassed to what a VEI was normally, although right now it is a low ceiling. There's many different factors that stop that, like the rain coming in. But we've had times where it's gone well above, I think, 7 kilometers. Well above it. So, let's go into what drives a volcano like this. Okay, just one second. Magma convection. We kind of covered this yesterday, but maybe I'll get a little bit further in. A good example. Magma convection. All right. So this is a hotspot volcano. Mid-oceanic ridge is a really good example of this, but this is, in my opinion, I think this is what we're seeing here. You got magma convection that's happening underneath the plate. Now these are 2 plates actually splitting back here in this case, but the African plate is actually very large, and I do believe that there is another convection that is pushing it, and they are usually like gears on a wheel or whatever. They are working counteractively or whatever. And as it does so, you have this part that gets pushed up, kind of like, did you ever boil a pot of water, right? When you do that, it comes up from the, like, where does the stuff come up? It's in the center of the pot, right? And then it boils and it turns in each direction, and that's what kind of keeps it pushing up. So I think we have this in play. It's not like the mid-oceanic ridge, but it does work a lot like that, just a little bit further over in the next cell, the convection cell. So it keeps pushing it up, and at some point it's got to break through somewhere. It takes a little bit longer in these types of volcanoes. It takes a little bit longer because it's underneath a plate. It's a lot like Hawaii. Let's take a look. Hawaii hotspot magma convection. Oop. Oh, I've been trying to find this for Dog's Age, so we'll get back to that one. So, you have this mantle plume, and it's there for a very long time because it's set by the magma convection that is occurring underneath the ground. And the Pacific plate is moving westward, and it has been for a very long time. A little bit of a twist that goes on with it, but more or less it's moving west. And that's why you have, like, the islands are sort of, you can see how the age, this one is 5 million years old, this one is 3 million years old, this one is 1.8, this one is 1.3. Right, Maui's the one that's still, Maui is the second to last one, but Kilauea is the, or Mauna Loa and Kilauea, the big island of Hawaii, that is still ongoing, but you would have the magma convecting this way, right, pushing that plate that way. You have this one as well, pushing it as well. That's where we get a little bit of a twist. When you have these big plates, it's not just one direction. It's usually going, there's a couple different forces pushing it. But in between, just like your boiling pot of water, it's going right up through the center, and it keeps on going like that. So that's what's driving these types of volcanoes. It's called a magma convection, or magma hotspot. Mantle plume is another word for it. It's kind of cool to see that, eh? Because these were probably much bigger, and they got eroded over time, over the 5 million years. Where you get that shelf, but this one's quite new. Hawaii is 400k years old. Sorry, I need a little bit of a geography lesson on Hawaii again, my apologies, but it's been a long time. Still the same factors are at play. Ooh, it looks like we will have a new Loihi. That seamount will eventually at one point become another island, or maybe it will connect with Hawaii. Hawaii. Yeah, Hawaii's a really good example of this one, but it shows in different ways here. This one is actually, these are shield volcanoes, so it happens at a much slower rate. I wanted to see this. Hold on. This is pretty cool. You see it go down as far as 1,000 kilometers. Huge ones here. This is over a very long part of the Pacific Ocean. Pitcairn Island, Samoa are quite far away. But these are the lava plumes, or magma plumes, not lava. Lava is when it comes out. Oh man, that's pretty cool. Just imagine all this liquid magma, 1,000 kilometers tall. It's such a, oh my goodness, just thinking about the size, the sheer magnitude magnitude of these are daunting figures. Super cool to look at. Alright, let me clear some of this stuff up just so I don't snap out here. Sometimes I do have a, you know, a disconnection here and there. It's because I load too much onto my computer. If it ever happens, just bear with us. We come back within a couple seconds. Let's do a quick earthquake. Let's see. I completely agree with you about Trump. I believe he is the Antichrist. My opinion is that the Chair Peter is the Antichrist, and it could be, it's one at a time. But he's a worker of them. That's for sure. We know about his ties to the Vatican. We know about where he went to school, where he sends his kids to school. Georgetown, just like that chef, by the way, who got his honorary degree from Georgetown. I agree with you, but the world is yet to see true free market capitalism. Yeah, and I don't think we'll ever see it. I don't think we'll ever see it. Wherever there is selfish interest, and I mean, listen, we all have selfish interest. If you buy, you know, like if you got, you got two shirts exactly the same, okay? But they have a different price. One's cheaper than the other. We're all, because of a selfish interest, on a much smaller scale, of course, than say, you know, huge corporate greed, we're most likely going to pick the one that is cheaper, right? We can all talk about sustainability and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, if we're in a money crunch, you know, we're not gonna pay double for the same product, right? So, with that greed that we all have within us can drive a corrupt system. So if we want to work with, you know, a really, really bad system like China that can pump out stuff really cheap because of cheap labor, slave labor, really, then often we're going to look the other way, and so will the big corporate fat cats, right? But no, I agree with you, man. We don't have, but see, that's the thing. Capitalism is the free market. It's just another word for it. But will we ever achieve that? No, not as long as there's greed in the world. Not as long as there's greed in the world. The heck did I just join, says Sermon Fapple? Well, this is Red Pills and Red Rocks, man. Or Red Rocks and Red Pills. This is the way it goes. We talk about lots of different stuff. You know what's up, man. You know what's up. TV La Palma is saying that families are living in caves, like those places that are up top. Is that why we're not seeing them on dudes' hikes now anymore? On Bushcraft Bear's hikes? If it's truly the same product, the difference would be negligible. No, I disagree with that, because if you count in the cost of labor price, right? So like if Canadians, who are extremely overpaid, you know, Swedish, extremely overpaid people, you know, compared to, say, China, Bangladesh, India, these places, right? They work for a lot cheaper. You can get a price, even with the cost of transport. You can get a much cheaper product, even though it's basically the same thing. Another great example of that is customer service. That's why it's being all shipped over. Basically the same thing. Actually, that's kind of a bad example. We get really bad customer service from that side of the world, don't we?
But it just goes to show, like, when we want cheaper stuff, when we want to drive the price down, which most of us do, the drive to get more for less, you know, that's in most people. We can talk about sustainability all we want, but there's a reason why they want to force that now. It's because nobody inherently wants to pay more for the same product. Oh, right. A product made in a different country isn't the same product. Yeah, but I'm just talking about like how it presents itself to us as the consumer, right? Like the same T-shirt, for a great example. Like check the tag of your T-shirt. Chances are one of the articles of clothing that you're wearing was made in Bangladesh, right? And it could have been made exactly the same thing with the same material here in, say, Canada, Sweden, parts of USA that have high labor costs. And even though it's the exact same, like, good, right? Just because of the other factors before it, the cost of having a better kept labor force or whatever, that will end up driving up the cost of that product. So that's why that's why you will find on so many of your tags made in Bangladesh, right? See, my sweater's made in China. I'm not gonna go looking for the tag of my pants here, but yeah. Who's the chair, Peter? The Pope. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. That is since. It's another thing that we covered yesterday. Let's look up Unum Sanctum. Oh, still spelled it wrong. Just very quickly, Unum Sanctum is a papal bull that is issued by Pope Boniface VIII. It laid down dogmatic propositions on the unity of the Catholic Church, the necessity of belonging to it for eternal salvation. That sounds pretty anti-Christian to me, considering how Jesus is. What is the except through me? No one can get to the Father except through me. He was pretty clear on that, whether you believe the Bible or not. He made that pretty clear. And when they say that the necessity of belonging to the Catholic Church for eternal salvation, and the position of the Pope as the supreme head of the Church, the body of believers, even though Jesus said it was the body of believers, and the duty thence arising of submission to the Pope and belong to the Church and thus attain salvation. I think that's pretty like Antichrist material right there. Another thing too, I show this again, but for everybody, you got to see this. Vicarius Filii Dei, which means in replace of the Son of God, or in place of the Son of God in Latin. All right, you swap out the U for a V, which is how Latin works. You ever see like IVS? It's IUS, really. And you take all the numbers that add a number, or that have a number assigned to it in the Latin numeral system. You add it all up, you got yourself 666. I think that one's like, that's the big tell for me. They boldly say it. Greg Lawton says, drop your pants. Did Peter did he leave a chair? Well, there's no evidence that Peter even died in Rome. I don't even know if there's evidence that he went to Rome. It was Paul that was to the Gentiles. Peter, I think, was to the Jews, wasn't he? Who did I just say I thought was the AC? I think the Pope. I think the chair itself, like the position of Pope, is the Antichrist. But there's a specific one that comes, and well, we have a Jesuit Pope now, and that's the first time that's ever happened. And he replaced Ratzinger. That was the first. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that was the first time you had like a living Pope step down for another Pope. So he's still living. So there's two of them at the moment.
Oh, we're picking back up again still. Usually this only lasts like a good, 20 minutes or so and goes away. Now we're finally... See, this doesn't look clear to me, to be honest. This does not look like the main conduit has been cleared. Looks like one is putting that thumb on the hose, Oh, the South Park episode? Incredibly heretical, but that was a decent episode, actually. Palmeros now realize that they don't have land where to build 2,700 houses. Yeah. See, the dog stories and all that stuff. Once that wears off, they can start thinking for themselves. Yeah, huge lava bombs, Taz. Yeah. Ratzinger is the Black Pope, and he likes to die. There's actually a term, Black Pope, for those that are unaware. Who is the Black Pope? They don't like calling themselves this. Oh, the black eye of Francis. Oh, boy. Yes, this man here, I don't know, I wouldn't say he's the most powerful man in the world. It has been changed to this guy now. His name is Arturo Sosa. He is the head of the Superior General of the Ignatian Order, called the Society of Jesus, better known as the Jesuits. We talk about those guys a lot here, and not like the black skin guy. I don't know who that guy is, it doesn't matter. I guess just because they see black, they put in him. But the Superior General of the Jesuits is often referred to as the Black Pope, considering how they act in secrecy and shadows, and they have a whole lot more power than what most people realize. Bill Cosby! It's funny. These things are called a crozier, I believe. Let me see. And I'll tell you where that comes from. Yeah. Now, this came from an old school Roman practice before they were Christian, they were pagan. It was the practice of augury. Augury, Roman, pagan. And the augur, yes, here we go. Perfect. And the person that held the chief priest position, not ironically, was called Pontifex Maximus. And he would be the chief augur, and the augur would hold what's called, an augur stick or a crozier, and they would fly doves or other animals like pigeons, things like that. And when they released the doves, where they would fly, as according to the quadrants that this augur drew with his crozier, would give a reading of whether or not the gods wanted it to be so. So that's what that symbol means. It is a sign of connection to the gods. And that's plural, gods. Not the one of the Bible. Oh, did I not show this? Dang it, Dale. Don't worry, I got it. That's the augur. And this is the augur stick, the crozier. Let's see what else I missed there. Yeah, the old Bill Cosby there, but that's just being stupid. The actual Black Pope that I'm talking about is this guy. His name is Arturo Sosa. I bet if I put in WEF, I bet you I'd find me some backgrounds of him chatting there. Kind of reminded me back here. But this is our boy that people say is the Black Pope and the true power. Interesting picture there. Wearing scarlet. And he has the IHS logo there. That is the logo of the Jesuit order. Sorry about that. But you caught everything I missed there. My bad. What's the point of having the chat on the screen? It's in the way and barely able to read. Anyway, I can take it off. Let me do a poll. Chat display. I can also turn it up, like yes, no. Screen. Let me know what you think. We'll say no, it's a distraction. Yes. Yes, I like it. Whatever. It needs to be better displayed. How about that? Just real quick, if you could let me know, I'd really appreciate it. Houston, you have a problem. I know. I'm sorry, guys. I got it. Look at the beak on that one. I don't know. That beak's not that big. It's not that. Yeah, I guess it kind of is. I got a big nose myself, so when I compare it to my own. I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. It's an interesting little logo he's got there on that one. Behind him is Mary with a Vesica Pisces. And that is, how do I put this respectfully, I guess? It is meant to represent the female genitalia. Let's put it that way. This is him with his hand of Sabazius. I think it takes effort to make that kind of hand. Oop. Wrong one. Looked worse head on. Usually I have the chat like on the side of the earthquake one and try and keep it there. On mobile it might be a little different. Yeah, I can make it a little bigger. I'd have to change the code though, and it would take. I tell you what, for the next one, I'll make sure that it's more legible for people. It's kind of cool to see when you post yourself or whatever. Everybody leaves when I show this stuff, and I forget to turn on the thing, as you would. I don't think that Obama was the Antichrist. I really don't think that it has to do with America, to be honest. Doesn't really hold too much water.
We got quite the flow going on here now. Of course, Palma would do that. Look at this going. Sustaining itself throughout basically the entire part of it. There's no... Well, there is parts that are stopping a little bit. Parts that are faster than others. Look at this huge thing flipping over there. Taking a boulder with it. Let's fix that. We got over half. Not too many votes, but we'll keep that up. I'll make it a little bit easier to read for people. Heard that about the Black Pope? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard Ratzinger referred to as the Black Pope. That's always been reserved for Jesuits, but they don't like being called that either. So that's why I tend to do it more. Turn this back up. Trying to get something I just found, or someone just sent me, sorry, I should say. Having a little bit of an issue with connectivity with Noticia. I don't think that's on my end. There's a picture someone just sent me on the Discord. It said for sale. Yeah, I would say it is. I would say it is. Lisa said somebody is attacking or harassing a chef named Jazael. What do you mean by that? You'll have to give us more info on that. You guys getting lag? It's telling me there's some lag here, but I'm not currently seeing it. Yeah, there are indeed massive pieces of pyroclast hitting. You can see that there. Lava bombs. You can see them kind of like sparkle out. Noises coming out of that bad boy at the moment. Welcome to those that are jumping in. You're looking at the live footage of La Palma. Up top, in the top right, also keeps an eye on earthquakes going on worldwide. Mole says, show me the gold. Have yourself a wrench. Pass out links if you like. I cut out the Discord for a moment. If you're looking to send messages or whatever, I'll have to get back into it in a moment. I just wanted to make sure everything was running smoothly on this end. You are indeed welcome to join the Discord. The link should be up top. If not, I'll just shill it again. No arguments, please. Oh boy, this ain't the place for you. We argue here all the time. It's what makes the channel what it is. But have yourself a wrench. That way you can pass out links. Oh, I didn't pick out my other end shill of the day. Dang it. Maybe I'll make that like a constant thing. Who could we do today? Who could we do today? Any suggestions on people I should cover? I won't talk smack about people I don't know, but one of the major signs of the Day of Judgment coming closer. There will be a fire chasing people, and will cover the world, leading everyone to Palestine. That's when the Day of Judgment will commence. I don't know. know. I always wonder if the great falling away is happening. Lots of stuff that would say it is. Yeah, no sweat, man. Welcome to the channel. Try not to look for signs and wonders too much, considering how we've been told that those that look for signs and wonders are a wicked and adulterous nation. That is the words of Jesus. With me, you're gonna have a bad day. I'm down for it, man. Tyranny coming to a town near you, of course. Oh, the fear. I'm Muslim. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Sounds like you're looking for an argument by saying no arguments, please. How do you feel about Muhammad marrying a 9-year-old? Aaliyah was her name? Regards of religion, we're all faithful. That's where the Bible makes a big distinguishment. We're not all faithful. In fact, it says narrow is the way, broad is the path to destruction. I nominate those climate gooms flying to COP in Glasgow on their private jets to get in electric cars powered by diesel generators. Yeah. And how are they created as well? Yeah, it's all a big scam. It's all a big scam. But we all know that one. That one's a bit too easy. I like to balance out bushcraft with something that comes from our end. Because we got lots of problems in our own end calling out that stuff. Controlled opposition. Those times period were different. No. Marrying and making love to children has always been frowned upon, even though some places were more accepting than others. It was still always frowned upon. I know people mention Greece and Rome, but that was not the norm by any means. They married like that in England or in Europe too, and they were wrong there too. But I don't worship any European. Look at Muhammad's enemies at the time. Well, he had many enemies at the time because he was a warlord.
New quake magnitude 3.30 has been detected from a distance 31 kilometers from Volcano La Palma with depth 5 kilometers occurs in Invalid. Date.
U.S., for example, up until the 20s or 30s, it was legal in most places to marry girls at the age of 10. And in Delaware it was 7 or something like that. Again, that was wrong too. But I don't worship anybody from Delaware either. But as for the average age of marrying, no, until about the 50s, which dropped down to about 19, it was always more in the 20s. Or age of 20s, I mean to say. No, you can't tell me that was normal, and it isn't normal. It wasn't normal, and it will never be normal. So that's why I don't. That's why I don't worship any pedophile, and Muhammad is one of them. I'm not saying go do it. Well, Muhammad did it. That's my point, right? You can try and muddy the waters all you want, but it all goes back to Muhammad marrying a 9-year-old and consummating marriage. Indeed, Muhammad was a pedophile. I totally believe the great falling away is happening. Yeah, I think so. I think it could be. I think that's what the NAR is, with all the signs and wonders and the prophets and all that stuff. I think that's what that could be. They call it the 5th Great Awakening. We just read that a little bit ago. Look at this fly, man. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Take a look at this. It's a bit bigger. On this side here. These bombs dropping. Woo! Completely and absolutely lit. Muhammad was the last messenger of Allah. I should not disrespect prophet. Well, he's not a prophet of the God of the Bible. So, no, I think everybody is open to scrutiny. Absolutely. Just because your definition of disrespect doesn't meet mine, doesn't mean that I can't do it. So, if you don't want to hold open discussion, you can GTFO, man. We talk about the pedophile Muhammad here. Also, Allah, let's go into Allah if you want to go into it. Where did that name come from? Where did that name come from? Could it be this? Alat was her name. The moon goddess. And the moon goddess would hold,
quake
like
magnitude
Kibele.
3, 10 already one-time updates. Safar, Spain with depth 11 kilometers occurs in invalid date.
Oh boy, that symbol looks familiar, doesn't it? The crescent at which a gleaming star is able to be in front of it. Where do we see that? I don't know, symbol. I'm gonna call it a flag. Oh boy, we got a problem. We got a big problem, don't we? That's Kibele, a pagan goddess. That's the Muslim symbol. Allah, Alat, the moon goddess. Oh boy. You're asking me to say that the prophet of this is not to be disrespected? Nah, you can GTFO. No, We don't play that game here. We don't play that game here. Muhammad was a diddler. There's no two ways about it. And he's probably a prophet of someone. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Just like how Aleister Crowley was a prophet, but not to the God of the Bible. He was a prophet to Iwas. Joseph Smith was a prophet. It's interesting how all these people go into like caves alone and they come out with like basically the same shutting down of conversation and we're the one true thing. They go into a cave and come out with this. No, I do believe that they are messengers of someone. It's just not the God of the Bible. We do not worship the same God, my friend. Well, the desert rose a lot. Mind you, someone? Fatima, maybe? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's the connection they like to have. Hand of Fatima. Let's keep going back. That goddess. Ya-ta-ta-ta-ta. Muhammad was a pedophile. Go, Hamza. The blessing hand of Alat. Another one to look at. There you go. There's the star and the crescent. Where did we see that before? Oh yeah, the Muslim symbol. Hamza, the hand of Alat. No, my friend, you just rebranded a pagan philosophy. We do not worship the same God by any mean. We are not brothers. Climbing a hill and returning with 10 regulations? No. Did he go into a cave? No, he went to the top of the hill. Like we are to shine our light on top of a hill. It's open. It's open. That's the difference, see? He did not practice asceticism. That is the big difference. Actually, where do you see someone go into a cave in the Bible? Where do you see that? You see it with Elijah. And what did God say? He said, I didn't tell you to go in there. Get out of there. And mock the prophets of Baal. And that he did. He was in the wrong by going into a cave to hide. The Vermifuge, welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. You're gonna get that crazy, ridiculous pedophile symbol out of there. Let's see. And that's how you deal with Muslims, my friend. Or people that are watching. You just point out that Muhammad was a pedophile. Amelia, good to see you. I noticed while reviewing the earlier stream that there's footage of them laying a wreath and coverage of the cemetery that is buried under ash. Do I know more about that or context? There are a lot of people trying to get the remains of their loved ones out of that cemetery before the lava goes over it. I don't have an opinion on that right away. It's a very sad state of affairs. It's a sign that people are losing hope in the response. Palma Live, link Avidan was showing Amelia Barker. Okay, 1 second. Oh, I already have this one up. This one is bottom right that you gave me there, Taz. Thank you, though. People are great. Governments suck and poison our minds. Yeah, and a lot of these religions, right? They were like a king trying to gain, or queen. That's where you get the moon goddess. Trying to impose their will on their people by shaping a god after them and saying that they were the son or daughter of that god. The moon goddess is pretty hot though, ain't gonna lie. Yeah, she's always painted as a very beautiful character, for the most part. Demeter is an example of that not being the case. She's usually depicted as ugly, I think. Although she doesn't really look that ugly. But I don't think she was known for beauty. She was supposed to be like the...
magnitude 3. Already 2 time updates. So far Spain with depth 9 kilometers occurs in invalid date.
I'm going to turn them off. She's a little bit... But we did have an earthquake that just came up. We'll take a look at that now in 1 sec. But she's supposed to be kind of like the, what do you call it? The doppelganger to Venus or Aphrodite. And she was known as chaste. And she wasn't supposed to be, yeah, she's supposed to be kind of plain looking like this. Hold on. Get a bigger picture. You always see this this fortress on their head. Or often you will, anyways. You'll find that in all of them. It's like one of the main things of the moon goddess. So when you go back to the Alat, same thing, right? It's an actual fortress. It goes back to Semiramis worship, Babylonian. Gate of Ishtar. See the resemblance? I got my mind set on you. Oh, wrong way. Okay, let's take a look at that earthquake. See what came in there. It's always fun to see -2 when it happens in Switzerland. It's way up there. It's just saying above sea level. Yeah, we had one came in 5 minutes ago, 3.0 at a depth of 9 kilometers. So we're seeing that 9 again, even more. It used to be 10 was the high cap or whatever. Now we're looking at 9. So I wonder how much of this underground is being eroded. 3.1 at 11. That was 16 minutes ago. And 44 minutes ago we had at a depth of 2. Although this is much more south and to the east. So probably around Tenerife. Yeah, not really. Off the coast. It's just off the coast of La Palma. It's an outlier for sure. Hour and 35 minutes ago, we had that 3.3. That's now clocked in at 43 kilometers deep. Right under the rift. Seismic activity is alive and well, folks, although looking more or less nominal. Depth of 8 kilometers here. It looks a lot more to the east and to the south than normal. Once again, okay, so that might be around the same area as what we just saw that other one. That was an outlier. At 2 and at 8. 67 and 50. 72 and 49. Yeah, it is closer to that area. So something's going on off the coast there. The Vatican is a papacy, not a government. Well, the Vatican City is a country. It's just a continuation of the Papal States, or a recreation of the Papal States. That's where you get the like at Urbi. I'm definitely way off on that. Urbi et Orbi. Gonna get the symbol here. It's the 2 keys, but one represents the herb, or the city itself, and the world. State in the body of believers. It's the marriage of church and state. A landlocked and independent city-state and enclave within Rome. And it is the head of the government is, well, the Holy See, and then the sovereign of that is Francis. Secretary of State is Pietro Parolin. An absolute monarchy. Oop, wrong one. Let me get through this chat. Have yourself a wrench just for YouTube. Welcome. Did you know Mary was the only 12 to 14 and Joseph was a 6-year-old man? So the difference between Mary was an immaculate conception. Nobody had sex with Mary. In fact, that was why the angel went to Joseph and said, "Fear not." Angel to Joseph. I don't like going to websites, but let's see. But while he thought on these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, we'll go even further back. 120. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together. She was found with child of the Holy Ghost. And Joseph, her husband, being just a man, and not willing to make her a public example. Example of what? of adultery. That's what that was about. Because he knew he didn't have sex with her, but she was pregnant with child. So how does that happen? So he's worried, was minded to put her away privily. And that's the only reason why you have for divorce is adultery, right? But while he thought on these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. Now 14 is a little bit different. 14's a little bit different. It's what bat mitzvah is. It's coming to adulthood. So I'll grant it's lower than what we're used to. But it's not Muhammad marrying and consummating with a 9-year-old. Not at all comparable. And that's what these verses are about. It's talking about her. She is still a virgin at that point. She didn't stay a virgin. Unlike what the Catholics teach. That's clear in later parts of the Bible. Or later parts of this book, actually, when it says, when someone comes to and say, your brothers and your mother are here to speak with you. And he says, he acknowledges them in a way, but he says, who are my brothers and my mother? And he points to the disciples. The hand has the all-seeing eye in the middle. Bingo. Bingo. Not really one for religion. I was born Church of England, but seeing through history and all the deaths at the hand of religious people is just too much to accept. Well, my argument to that is you're not looking at God. You're looking at unjust people. We're all unjust. You're all unjust. Let God be true and every man a liar. I don't base religions on one person unless they claim themselves to be the prophet that started the religion. That's a little different. Like Muhammad the pedophile. Papacy has rules that no other forms of governments have. Yeah, and they're ecclesiastically elected, so like it's a little different than most states. Sorry if I missed any of your messages. I'm up to timeless legend saying live in a village that was built in 1201. Got serious history associated with it, and the church is in the Doomsday Book. The prettiest village in England is quoted. Or Domesday Book? Domesday? Unaware of that book. Or maybe Joseph was crushing hard and made up stuff so she wouldn't get stoned. Oof. I mean, that would be adding to scripture. I don't know. I when you look at the Bible, you see, unlike most other chronicles and annals of history that try and raise up all the kings that are in it as like good, fair people, like the winner of the battles and stuff, the winner writes history, you know what I mean, how that works, right? The people in that, you'd be afraid to write the things that you would see about, say, David, for example. He did some pretty bad stuff, man. And same thing with all the other people in the Bible, except maybe Job. They all did terrible, terrible stuff. And I don't see why it wouldn't be put in there. How old was Adam when he took Eve's fruit? Not sure. Not sure. This was when they were in the Garden of Eden, though, and everything was perfect until that happened. I've lived in many parts of the U.S. I'm currently in the South. The history here is dominated by sadness, 100%. Lost tribal lands to white settlers and slavery. Wait until you hear the history before we got there. It was no different then either. It was all natives taking each other's land, raping and murdering, torturing. What was the big one that they do up here? They would take... oh my goodness. I'm from the place where... Mussels. Yeah, this is what they would do to their enemies here. Against other natives. They would take the mussel shell and cut off your fingers with them. One by one. That's what happened with... They would do it to the Christians back. Or not Christians, Catholics. Peter... Lefebvre? No. Oh my goodness, what's the name? Quebec Jesuit Martyrs. Lalande, Goupil, Jogues. I believe Jogues was one of them that lost it. Yep, there you go. How'd he lose that? How'd he lose that finger? Those two fingers. That's how. Evidence of head shrinking. Humanity is pretty gross. At times, anyways. Look at this thing go, man. Let's pull this up. Pull that up, Jamie. Oh, crazy. I don't think I can get it much better. This is usually the footage that we get here. No need to put it on 1080. But yeah, the mollusk thing is common occurrence. What can I replace this with? Canarius? Let's get a bigger one of this. RTVE. Give me a second. Pull up a better one. It's a good conversation so far. Keep it up. Keep slamming me with those questions. I'm down with that. That is my jam. No, that's not running. GVC. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and replace the top left one. Just be 1 second. Stand by. Welcome to those coming in. We are looking at quite an explosive volcano at the moment. We got another earthquake coming in. Yeah, I think we're going to be on that one a lot more from now on. That is a great a great live footage. Let me just make these a little, because we're really getting, oh no, actually that one is a little better on 720. I'll keep that one. Bring this to 480 since it's about the same. I think we can get away with 480 down here. Yep. It's not in the way up there, is it? No, it's not hiding anything there. Look at these bombs flowing. Fill up my water. Second. This is Outcast. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's some national underground thunderbounds when I stop the ground. Like a million elephants, a silverback orangutan. You can't stop a train. Who wants some? Don't come unprepared. I'll be there, but when I leave there, better be a household name. Weatherman telling us it ain't gon' rain. So now we sitting in a drop top soaking wet. In the silk suit, trying not to sweat. Hit somersaults without the net. But this be the year that we won't forget. 1999. Anything goes. Be what you wanna be. Long as you know consequences are given for living the business. Too hot to jump in jail. Too low to dig, I might just touch hell. Hot, get a life, now they on sale. Then I might catch you a spell. Look at what came in the mail. I'm scaling some arm and hammer. So go grill and a baby mama. Black Cadillac in a bag of peppers. Stack of questions with no answers. Cure for cancer, cure for AIDS. Make a nigga wanna stay on tour for days. Get back home, things are wrong. When I really it was bad all along. Before you left ass up to a ball of power. Thoughts at 1,000 miles per hour. Hello ghetto, let your brain breathe. Believe there's always more. Don't pull the bang out unless you bang bang. Stay street. Big things happen every time we meet. Like a crack thing, dying to geek. Outcasts bumping up and down the street. Slam back, Cadillac, bye-bye. Niggas day 75 MCs reached out to the beat. Cause we get crossed, stay drunk at the club. Should've about announced, but you caught the dub. Should've held back, but you throw the punch. Supposed to meet you good, but you packed the lunch. No D to the U to the G for you. Got a son on the way by the name of Bamboo. Got a little baby girl for a year, Jordan. Never turn my back on my kids for them. Should've hit it with it. Rag top, before you re-up, get a laptop. Make a minute for yourself, boy, set some goals. Make a fat dime out of dusty cold. Reckon number 4, but we on the road. Hold up, slow up, stop, control like Janet. Planet, stay on it's on ya. Moving like floor, come straight to Florida. Lock all your windows and block the quarters. Put it up on belt, cause the weapons in order. Like a 3-piece bitch before I cut your daughter. Your kid on Taco Bell, then I hit the border. Pity pat rapper trying to get the 5. On my microphone being trying to stay alive. When you come to ATL, well, you bet not high. Cause the Dudley family gon' ride.
Must be one more moment. Any other questions? Let me know. Flood them in there. Play a little bit of Newfie music. I actually know this guy who sings this song. Well, no, actually, my aunt knows this guy, and I was such a little douche as like a 3-year-old that I like ruined their wedding by making a big fuss. I was like playing around at the wedding. So anyways, I forget what he called me. I think it was Little Asshole he called me. I'm not sure. But anyways, this is Great Big Sea.
Monday morning and the day been calm and fine. To the Harbour Grace excursion with the boys to have a time. And just before the sailor took the gangway from the pier, I saw some fella hold me wife on board of the Volunteer. Oh me, oh my, I heard me oh I cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard me oh I say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. We'd fooled 300 souls aboard, what a splendid sight. Mad, strong and regimental to make our spirits bright. And myself beat in the double from the funny things they'd say. They choke themselves from laughing when they see us in the bay. Oh me, oh my, I heard me oh I cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard me oh I say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. My wife, she got no better out, she turned a sickly grin. I fed her cake and candy, fat pork and kerosene, castor oil and sugar of candy. I rubbed tear oil on her face, and I said, you'll be a dandy when we reach his Harbour Grace. Oh me, oh my, I heard me oh I cried. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard me oh I say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. My wife, she got no better out, me wife, me darling dear. The screeches from her truly you could hear in carbon air. I tried every place in Harbour Grace, tried every store and shop, to get her something for a cure or take her to the hop. Wrapped up in a Union Jack. So now I am a single man in search of a pretty face, and the woman that says she'll have me, well, we're off for Harbour Grace. Oh me, oh my, I heard me oh I cried. Come on. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard me oh I say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay. Oh me and oh my, I heard me oh I cried. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Oh me, oh my, I heard me oh I say, I wish I'd never taken this excursion around the bay.
And that's Harbour Grace. That was Great Big Sea. And welcome back. It's good to see you all. Let's see what we got for the chats. What do we got? Yeah. Religion always brings up a conversation. Always does. I appreciate, who was it? What was the name of that person? No arguments, please. Thank you very much for bringing that up. So we had many great arguments. I gotta say, there's lots of stuff here. Thank you very much for everybody that contributed to a very fruitful argument. Thank you, not an argument, please. It's funny how that works. Kitten getting in my screen? You don't need to do that, bro. Little bro. Let's see what we got for those questions here now. Totally playing devil's advocate. That's what we love here. Why did God put the tree in the playpen? That's a good question. Well, I think if he didn't, then he wouldn't be a God of liberty. through and through the Bible, you will see God offering us a choice, going His way or our way. And He warns us. He warns us every time. If we go our way, it leads to spiritual death. Personally, I wouldn't follow a God or accept a God that would just force us to go His way. I love liberty. I'm not even a libertarian, but I think that liberty is essential in a world. Otherwise, it would just be too dang boring. If I wanted to stick with a God that would force us, well, I guess I would have picked Lucifer then, wouldn't I? That would be my answer to that. Good question. And seriously, I really appreciate anybody playing devil's advocate. This is what creates good conversation. Serious question, how do I feel about Harry Potter? So I read it. I tried to read the first book, and I thought that it was the most boring couple chapters ever. I wasn't sold. It was just talking about how he lives a normal life, and a normal this, and a normal that, and a normal that. Now, bear in mind, it's been 20 years since I tried to read it the first time. And even as a 10-year-old, I was like, this is grade 1 shit, man. So I didn't like it from a literary perspective. I didn't like it. I wasn't impressed by it. I don't know if that would change now. Furthermore, I mean, the things that, I mean, talking about the Philosopher's Stone and all this stuff, it's got its pagan roots. So, I mean, obviously not a Christian thing. But on the other hand, I will say the same thing about, like, say, C.S. Lewis. Right? If you go into C.S. Lewis and he talks about, like, how the lion is supposed to be God and stuff, no. And Calvinists love this C.S. Lewis crap as, like, a Christian novel. At least he wrote well. I guess I'm talking about Chronicles of Narnia. That's what I'm getting at there. What's the second one? Prince Caspian? There's a part where he literally spells out Bacchanalia. Like, they're all dancing around a fire and screaming around a fire and stuff like this. This is Bacchanalia that he's bringing back up. And then they say that this is of God or whatever. It's been a long time since I read that too. So yeah, there's lots of deception everywhere. Harry Potter is definitely one of them. But at least Harry Potter is... I mean, they literally call themselves witches, right? So, you know, they make no qualms. Whereas C.S. Lewis tries to hide witchcraft behind a guise of Christianity. Why is Earth a triangle? I don't know, but I'm on your side, dude. Screw all this sphere and oblate spheroid and flat Earth stuff. That's for conformists, man. I'm of the triangular Earth society. I'm just playing around with that, but yeah. Good question. Lava bombs away. Thanks for tonight, Avidan. I gotta get up in a few hours. Good night. Later's all. It's good to see you, Taz. Always good to see you. Thank you very much for everything that you bring to the table. It's great to have you in all our discussions. Make a Mull says, nature is the truest, purest, most perfect thing you'll ever know. Is it? I don't know about that. It's pretty violent. Pretty murderous. Did you ever see, like, a group of chimpanzees, like, hunt down another chimpanzee they didn't like? Did you ever watch Joe Rogan and he shows all that stuff? Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if it... I mean, don't get me wrong. There's lots of beauty in nature, but I don't know if it would be... If pure is the term I would use. Sandra Saunders says, oh, wow, cutting off fingers with shells. And that's just one of them. That's just one of the ways they torture the losers of the war. And that didn't start with doing it to Jesuits. This video is debatable one of the best in MTV history. No joke if y'all haven't seen it. I don't. Oh, the Outcast song. Yeah. Outcast is, man, Andre 3000. If you want to talk about talent, like, my gosh, like, how many bangers did he put out? Andre 3000 is one of my favorite artists, even though he is, like, the stuff he talks about can be pretty, dark stuff, right? A lot of swear words and things like that, but I have a lot of respect for his talent. Great musician, man. Great musician. Outkast, yeah, and I don't like all of his songs. I'm not, like, huge on it, but I gotta give him credit. So just kudos for broad knowledge. No, I'm just an idiot with a microphone. Don't hold me up like that. I will fail you. I will. If a man wants to tell me he is the head, that Bible will be getting such a good use. If comes with a good list of must-meet requirements, not that easy being the head. No, exactly. And a lot of people mistake being the head of the family with being just some tyrant that nothing, like, nothing can be questioned of or anything like that. Like, as the head of the family, the male is supposed to be the first example of a slave to God, right? And if he doesn't cover that, then, well, I would suggest he can't be the head of his family either. He has to be able to be submissive to God, right? That's first and foremost. He must be submissive to God. A true head of the family male. And we all fail, of course. Let's see. I'm pretty sure the book says something about a man caring for her body as he does his own. Oh, well. I don't know. You might be taking that a little bit literally. Too literally. If you'd like to further clarify, I'm down to listen. I don't take too many requests. A being a lot of the time the copyright can screw everything up. So I pick ones that are safer. And sometimes some people request things that, like, songs I don't know. I'll give it a try and it'll clear out the room, man. It'll clear out the room. So I try to stay away from music requests. You know what I'm going to do, though? I'll probably add on Discord music, go through your stuff, and I'll be happy to add it to the playlist, provided it doesn't block the stream. Let's see. My whole family's in the industry. In the music industry, good music, but you get sick of it if you're submerged all the time. Yeah. Which industry? Country music? I like some country music, although it's a bit much if you're listening to it all the time. Just give me a moment. We got to get back to this crazy volcano. This is the height of the night, if I'm not mistaken. Look at this. A wall of flame and huge pyroclast. Huge. Let's see if we get this. Nah, it's about as clear as it gets at 720. Looks like we got another one blasting out here. Another vent. This is widening out here at this point. We're finally looking at this clean its pipes. Oh me, oh my, you heard me, oh my cry. Oh me, oh my, I think I'm gonna die. Another earthquake coming in. Let's do another quick check on that. That should be fine like that. Hey. hasn't come in just yet. "24 minutes ago, 13 to 3.0. We had a nice slew of them, actually, to be honest. Pretty strong, hovering around that 3.0. See if that other one we just saw come up, show up on the... Yeah, no, good point. Any man that wants to be talking like they're the head of the family, like they're the be all and the end all, is clearly not submitting themselves to God, are they? I wouldn't even go so far to say his nature is a religion you can trust. I can trust to get eaten alive by some wolves, a bear. You gotta think about how, like, the early days, there's a reason why we feared the night. It's because we couldn't see the beast that was about to slay us. That's it. I don't trust a man who can't find his inner child. And you know what, man? To be truly submissive to God, we are to become like children. So, you know, another great point. Not sure if you're a believer, Amelia, but you kind of have the heart of one. Not that I can tell people's hearts, but spoken like someone with the heart of a child. My family's from the Rock? Yeah. Which part, do you know? Do you know the region? You don't have to say the specific town. But yeah, Saunders is a very, very popular name here. I don't know if I have Saunders in my family. But very, very popular name. We like to have fun here. Music's great. I took my son to see them in concert some years ago and was embarrassed that I had more fun than him. Yeah, it's a great one for the whole family, to be honest. A really great band. A little bit watered down, but they revitalized. I mean, they single-handedly revitalized Newfoundland music. So, props to Great Big Sea. Nature can be cruel, but at least it's not intentionally evil. Yeah. How many people wake up in the day and say, "I'm going to be evil today," though? It's like we succumb to the flesh. We succumb to our beast nature. Is usually what happens. Nobody says, "I'm going to do evil things today to succeed." It's more like they believe that the eat or be eaten kind of thing, right? And they justify it with that. They don't think they're going to be evil. It's because all they know is nature. My favorite movie as a kid is still my favorite as an adult. Labyrinth with David Bowie. You know, I've never seen it. Or The Never-Ending Story. You know, I haven't... Man, Never-Ending Story I'm pretty sure I've seen, but it's been a long, long, long time. Like one of the first movies I saw, you know. I was asleep and woke up at a C.S. Lewis doc. Should put you to sleep as well. Huge fan every year, barring pandemic. We have a Harry Potter holiday party for friends, family, and neighbors. It's amazing seeing adults have fun and interact like kids. You know, that's cool. I probably wouldn't attend one, but, you know, you gotta have fun. You gotta have fun. Accretion blocks 4 to 500 meters from the main vent. These blocks are formed by falling, rolling, and incorporating pyroclastic material while they are hot, thus they grow bit by bit. Thank you, man. Waiting on an 8.0, not happening, I don't think. Worshipping nature is worshipping the creation instead of the creator. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It goes into panentheism. Let's see. Panentheism. Panentheism is the belief that the divine intersects every part of the universe and also extends beyond space and time. The term was coined by German philosopher Karl Kraus. I bet you we could figure out where he went to school. In 1828, to distinguish the ideas of Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel and Schelling as well, about the relation of God and the universe from the supposed pantheism of Baruch Spinoza after reviewing Hindu scriptures. So where did he go to school? University of Jena. Thuringia. Ooh, Friedrich Schiller. Schiller was the guy who wrote the lyrics to Ode to Joy, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Yeah. Now, while Beethoven was still about it, he renounced this. He renounced the Ode to Joy, called it Masonic fantasy or something like that. This was an interesting guy. I think he died young, didn't he? Yeah, 45. What was his death? No, they don't talk anything about his death. There is a conspiracy theory that he was killed for renouncing and exposing Masonry. Burin Peninsula. Nice. Nice. Man, the accents out of there. The accents that come out of the Burin Peninsula. We call them power news. Power news. That reloading down at the bottom, that's not me. That's the other side. Amelia is a beautiful name. I agree. A Pittman. I grew up with Pittmans and Cunninghams as well. These are strong Newfie names. You got the blood in you. You might be an Uppelonger, but you got the blood in you. I don't know, I think that some people do wake up thinking of being evil. Yeah, I wonder if they know that what they're doing is evil, though. Maybe some do. Maybe sociopaths. But then again, they all have, usually these narcissists, sociopaths that are, one would consider the epitome of evil. Or like they're the personification of evil. They usually grow up with very, very tough lives. Tough childhood specifically. So you wonder how much that the psyche's been broken to the point that they can't tell good from evil. Would agree in the Jesuit sense? I don't even know. I don't even know. The Jesuits are so compartmentalized that they don't even know often when they're working together. Like a lot of I would say there's quotes as well. For every 1,000 Jesuits, 2 may know the actual plan. Pedos no. Even then, let's go to. I don't know if I can find it right off the hop. Jesuit child abuse interview. Priest. Now they're covering all the search results, so good luck finding this right. This is a good interview. This one right here. It's long, so we're not going to go through it. I will post this if you want to read this for yourself. This was in Alaska, one of many places that they abuse the natives and now pretend to be their best friends. But when you get these interviews with these priests, I'll just basically say they don't even notice. They really don't even notice that what they're doing is a sin. They almost think of it as almost like a noble act or a joke or something. Like it's a way to set them straight, kind of. And when you go into pederasty and Orpheus, let's go Oscar Wilde. Pederast. Yeah, see, they like talking about how he's gay. They never talk about how he was a kid fucker. Lack of a better word. Oscar Wilde's fairy tales encode the vision of an idealistic pederast, a man who loves beautiful youths. The style and content of his fairy tales offer a vision of love and beauty that urges a different aesthetic and moral relationship to the world and experience from other fairy tales for children. Wilde's fairy tales rhetorically create a new, morally sensual child by enacting Walter Patter's aesthetics. See? They think they're doing a favor. Yeah, a lot of them do anyways. Yeah. The essay explores Wilde's context in the homosexual subculture of Victorian Oxford. Yeah, that's true. His aesthetic still goes on today. His aesthetics and their relation to Potter, and the ways his literary fairy tales encode and express a pederastic ethos, if there could be one, through the particular focus on sensual experience and moral enlightenment. And he was actually on a stand one time for pederasty in court, and he said that pederasty was one of the most noble things that one could do. I forget the actual quote. It's going to be hard to find that one, considering how Google's run by pedophiles. But yeah, you could do a little search. You can find that for yourself. The Jesuits could be like the Freemasons and not know until they reach a certain level. Well, they are. The Scottish Rite Freemasonry comes from Jesuits. Straight up comes from Jesuits. Jesuits and Freemasons are fronts we're supposed to know about. Well, every time I see the Jesuits talked about, I see that basically erased for the most part. Freemasons is what they want us to talk about, and the Jews. We can talk about the Jews all the time, but actually go back to my last live stream. I'd say about 15 minutes in, I show you where a Jesuit thread on 4chan gets pulled for absolutely no reason. But we can talk about the Jews all the time, right? So I disagree with you, but I do agree with you as the Freemasons, or as per the Freemasons. They are the fronts we're supposed to know about. To a lesser extent, the Jews. And when I say the Jews, I mean specific ones that, when you look up their history, have strong ties to the Vatican. True story, while serving years ago, I watched a couple walk by a family's table, get in real close, and nastily say, "Put a muzzle over your effing baby." I was like, oh my gosh, run demons. Yeah. That, I don't disbelieve that. I believe they are demon possessed. Yep, I'm in agreement with you. Oh, I see you're from Nova Scotia too. The rival province. Yeah, dang up-alonger. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I love Nova Scotia, actually. I have a lot of family there too. Amelia boils down to the paradigm of competition versus cooperation. They see themselves as too busy winning to care. Yeah.
The IHS placard was purposely designed to be a joke, yep, so they could lie to themselves inside every time they gaze upon it. They know they are hoaxing us. Yeah. Yeah, they love those little jokes. That completely sounds like my ex. She did stuff that got many people's backs up, including stealing from the Salvation Army, but she never stopped there. Oof. Oof. Looks like some sociopathic activity there. Is this thing still up? Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is. I mean, it's not that it's untrue that Muhammad's a pedophile, right? That's the worst thing I've said here. Or are you talking about the volcano, not the stream? Let's take a look at the old Volky. Might be calming down a little bit. Or is it just... No, it ain't. I don't think it is. Might be seeing some blockage. Quake coming in, I think. "15 minutes ago, that one now just showing up. 2.9 at 13 kilometer depth. Kind of already done the Redpills section today, haven't we? Oh, the volcano. Yeah. Yo, Avi, did you see Elon's tweet about the UN peacekeepers kitty diddling? No, I haven't. Let's take a look. I did hear something about he's not giving any money to them unless they open their books. Let's see what happened here. 1 second.
The organizations are imperfect but necessary, like democracy. If you think you can do better, just do it. No excuses.
Staffers complained. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's read it out. Oh goodness, Justin's gonna read again, or Avi's gonna read again. Oh no. Oh no. Give me a moment. I'm gonna do a quick bio. Sorry guys.
Since we're talking about Newfie stuff, play another one. From Great Big Sea, Mary Mac. I could actually sing this one. Oh, hold on. You poor guys won't understand what he's saying. You poor non-Newfies.
Little lass and her name is Mary Mac, and make no mistake, she's the girl I'm gonna track. Lots of other fellas try to get her on her back, but I'm thinking that I'll have to give up Mary. Mary Mac's mother's making Mary Mac marry me. My mother's making me marry Mary Mac. Well, I'm gonna marry Mary, for Mary's taking care of me. Well, I'll be feeling very when I marry Mary Mac. Hi, you lily, little dumb. Now Mary and her mother an awful lot together. In fact, hard to see the one without the other. And people often wondered if it's Mary or mother of both of them together I'm courting. Mary Mac's mother's making Mary Mac marry me. My mother's making me marry Mary Mac. Well, I'm gonna marry Mary, for Mary's taking care of me. Well, I'll be feeling Mary when I marry Mary Mac. Hi, you lily, little dumb. Well, up among the heather in the hills of Benefee, well, I had a buddy lass, mummy me, a bumblebee stung me right above me knee. Up among the heather in the hills of Benefee, Mary Mac's mother's making Mary Mac marry me. My mother's making me marry Mary Mac. Well, I'm gonna marry Mary, for Mary's taking care of me. Well, I'll be feeling Mary when I marry Mary Mac. Hi, you lily, little dumb. Well, I said, Bonnie lassie, where you gonna spend a day? She said, among the heather in the hills of Benefee, where all the boys and girls are making out for free. Oh, in the heather in the hills of Benefee, Mary Mac, mother's making Mary Mac, marry me. My mother's making me Mary Mac. Well, I'm gonna Mary from a Mary Sting County. Well, I'll be feeling Mary when I Mary Mac. How you lily, I diddle, 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 diddle. Weddings on a Wednesday, everything's arranged. Soon we would change your mind unless your mind is changed. Making the arrangements to feed him with the rage. Marriage is enough, let her take it. Mary Mac's mother's making Mary Mac, marry me. My mother's making me Mary Mac. Well, I'm gonna Mary from a Mary Sting County. Well, I'll be feeling Mary when I Mary Mac. For granted that affair, gonna be a fart play, every man is there, and I'll be a fucker if I don't get my share, but don't be very much mistaken. Murray Mac's mother's making Murray Mac, marry me. My mother's making me Mary Mac. Well, I'm gonna Mary from a Mary Sting County. Well, I'll be feeling Mary when I Mary Mac. Let's meet you last, and her name is Mary Mac. Make no mistakes, she's a girl I'm gonna attract lots of other fellas trying to get up on her back. I'm thinking that I'll have to get a birdie. Murray Mac's mother's making Murray Mac, marry me. My mother's making me Mary Mac. Well, I'm gonna Mary from a Mary Sting County. Well, I'll be feeling Mary when I Mary Mac. How you lily, I diddle, 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 diddle. How you lily, I diddle, diddle, diddle. How you lily, I diddle, diddle, diddle.
That was Mary Mac. All right. Starving children as young as 9 forced to give UN officials oral S. Yeah, we'll just say it. Oral sex to get food. We'll call them out for what they are. UN peacekeepers are accused of sexually assaulting children as young as 9, just like Muhammad. Let's see. Children as young as 9 traded oral sex for food from UN peacekeepers in war zones while officials looked the other way, a shocking new report has claimed. Now, this is from 2015, but still very pertinent, still happening today. Memos about the sexual abuse in the Central African Republic were passed from desk to desk. Now, isn't the Central African Republic, isn't that close to where Coney was? I'm pretty sure it was. Remember when they were all saying we gotta go get Coney? It sure was, next to Rwanda and all those places, but he moved into there. Sure was. Sounds like that land's smack dab in that time zone. Or time frame, I should say. All right, it added the welfare of the victims and the accountability of the perpetrators appeared to be an afterthought, if considered at all. Good old Ban Ki-moon. The investigation revealed that French peacekeepers in the UN's children agency, UNICEF, failed to act on reports of sexual abuse in early 2014 in the midst of civil war. UN Secretary Ban Ki-moon, or Secretary General, whatever, expressed profound regret that these children were betrayed by the very people sent to protect them. Well, you better get used to it there, buddy, because your ex-organization or whatever is filled with it. You're probably part of it. And said he accepted the panel's broad findings. No one has been arrested more than a year and a half after UN authorities were made aware of these sexual abuse allegations. Let me turn this down just a wee bit. Just getting a little crazy there. 4 French soldiers were questioned last week and released without charge. It took almost a year for UN staff to respond to allegations of rape by 6 children. One child reported he had been orally and anally raped. Lovely stuff, right? Quite the small article here. Thanks, Express UK. Yeah, and that's just one of many. That's one of many. Yeah, I'll retweet that one. I'm not a big fan of Elon Musk. I think he is controlled opposition, but at the same time, he is dropping red pills, isn't he? Adding to that, staffers complain of abuse of authority, harassment, widespread discrimination at the WFP. Leadership, including WFP chief, who had discriminated. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's muddy this down with your what do you call it? The feminist stuff. Yeah, against women and ethnic minorities, right? Of where? Of Africa. So the whites there. You know, like here we go. Blue check marks to the rescue of muddying the waters. Don't get me wrong, of course these are problems too, discriminating against women and ethnic minorities, but it's funny every time that we talk about child sex abuse, that this needs to be flooded every single time. Every single time. Show more replies. Yep. Corruption within UN agencies appear to be a common occurrence. A recent investigation revealed that WHO staffers took part in sexual abuse in Congo. This tweet makes me think Elon Musk has no real intention of donating anything. He just wants to outsmart the organization that called him out. No, he owes no one nothing. And I'm not going to defend a billionaire here, but no, you don't own his money, right? Let's just be fair on this. And I don't know how great his stuff is, really. I don't think it is, but he made his money, and he's one of them. I don't want to hear about this controlled opposition garbage. Look, you have an incredible opportunity to do something literally life-saving for millions. I hope this can be the start of something monumental. Well, yeah, he does have the ability to do so, but it's not giving money to the UN like they're begging. A bunch of friggin' e-beggars. But yes, this indeed, Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, another thing, too, is that she shows up, she meets them or whatever, and they make sure to get pictures of them. This is how blackmail works, but same thing here, edge.org. Elon Musk. Yeah, you guys have seen this. It's been about a month since I showed it last, though. Elon Musk is an engineer and entrepreneur who builds and operates companies to solve environmental, social, and economic challenges. He co-founded PayPal and currently drives strategy, development, and design at two companies he created, Space Exploration Technologies and Tesla Motors. Is a chairman of Solar City, which was co-founded by Lyndon and Peter Rive. The reason why I keep bringing up edge.org is because if I just go, give you a little trick there. You won't be able to find it if you do this. That's not found, but if I check for a saved version. Boom. Mr. Jeffrey Epstein is a financier and science philanthropist, as we know what that means. He is the president of the Jeffrey Epstein Sixth Foundation and currently serves as the chairman and chief executive officer of the Financial Trust Company. Mr. Epstein started his career at Bear Stearns with an educational background in physics and mathematics. He is the founder of the program for evolutionary dynamics at Harvard University. Established in 2003, the program studies the evolution of microsystems and microbiology with the use of mathematics. Under the direction of Martin Novak, professor of biology and mathematics at Harvard University. By the way, that's a great name to look into. His meetings with Bill Clinton as well, along with Epstein, all three of them, were real good pals. The program has developed critical mathematical models of how viruses and cancer cells evolve. Viruses and cancer cells. Now that's interesting. Now that's interesting, isn't it? Mr. Epstein founded the Jeffrey Epstein Sixth Foundation in 2000 to fund and support cutting-edge science around the world. He is one of the largest supporters of individual scientists, including the theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking and Nobel laureates Gerard Hooft, David Gross, and Frank Wilczek. Who is this guy again? He's a big name. MIT. All right. His foundation also plays an active role in supporting education across the United States as well as philanthropy in the U.S. Virgin Islands, where the foundation is based. Just bear with me, I'll show the link after. Mr. Epstein is actively involved in the Santa Fe Institute, the Theoretical Biology Initiative at the Institute for Advanced Study, the Quantum Gravity Program, and the University of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, right? He was out of Wharton. Same thing with Steve Jobs' wife. He recently sat on the Mind, Brain, and Behavior Committee at Harvard University. Mr. Epstein is a former member of the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the New York Academy of Science, and a former Rockefeller University board member. And that was written by Mr. John Brockman, who is the head of edge.org. This is where it gets a little more interesting, though. Those two names, I'll link those together for you right now. Hold on. Oh, 1 second. Enhanced by Google. Elon Musk. The Billionaire's Dinner. So, if you look into the Billionaire's Dinner that was being had in these places, you will see they were what preceded TED Talks and TED conferences back in the day, and they were all funded by Mr. Epstein. And here's Mr. Bezos. These go back as far as 1999, and you will see all the faces we see today as the heads of big tech. Yeah. So we have Jeff Bezos there. Max Brockman, which is John Brockman, the head of Edge.org's son, I do believe. John Brockman right here. Creepiest man on earth. Well, I think he's dead now, but yeah. We got Nathan Myhrvold. That guy was from Microsoft. David Brooks of New York Times. Sergey Brin of Google. He made that with Larry Page. University of British Columbia. Ricardo Salinas Peligo. I'm sorry if I didn't say that right. Grupo Salinas. That is a big name in the Latin community. Let's see. Grandfather of the iPod, Mr. Musk. Or sorry, my apologies. Tony Fidel's there, but Tallulah Musk is there. There's Mr. Elon. And then we have Jeff Bezos right here with John Brockman himself. That was he's the head of Edge.org. And this TED Talks, Epstein, and all of big tech, they were all in on this little takeover of the world that they have. Edge.org. Something definitely you want to look into. This is just the 2011 one. We can, I probably went through a lot of the old ones, but actually, you know what? The 99, might as well look at the 99 one. Here we go. Nathan Myhrvold, like I was talking about before, Microsoft, and Steve Case. It's a name we haven't heard in a long time, but here he is of AOL. Jeff and Mackenzie back when he still had a little bit of hair on his head. Steve Case with Nathan Myhrvold as well. Or no, wait, now that's Case. Case with Brockman right there. Nathan Myhrvold with Brockman right there. I'm not sure what Meta Creations is. There's a few of them I don't know. We got Disney Boy here. David Brunel of Upside. MIT Media Lab. See, this is how it works. This is how they network, and that's how they got into... That's how they started getting in all these universities. That's how Epstein started working. He wasn't doing this for free, folks. He wasn't giving away grants for free through here and paying for all these dinners for free. No. He actually funded a media lab for MIT. And guess what happened around MIT around that time of funding? The Boston bombing with a brand new media lab. Gene Case of AOL. It's the wifey there. We got Wired magazine. Oh yes. It just keeps going, folks. There's a little cutie, Savannah Brentnall. Who's she? Where's she now? Nice little smile on her. She's not the best looking woman I've seen, but actress of the Mark 666 and the New World Order. Informate. Awesome. All right. Keep going. Curtis Wong of Microsoft Research. There's Mr. Epstein himself with Steve Reggio. Now, who's this guy? Let me tell you something. This Edge.org, you want to go over there right now and you want to start doing some... if you're interested in Epstein, this is one of the best places to look. Barnes & Noble. That's who he is. I knew that name. Katinka Matson, John Brockman. We have pictures of her on the Epstein plane as well. IXL. Lara Stein. There's Savannah Brentnall as well. But she was a cutie, though, wasn't she? Forbes. Timeout NY. Dan Adler. Earthlink. Restaurateur to the digital elite, Mario Catalano. A bunch of Sicilian gangsters. Any of those around there too? There's a strong overlap. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Another little meeting with Epstein and Myhrvold of Microsoft. Another one from MIT Media Lab. Rana Tannenbaum of Alexa. Those were the ratings for websites back in the day. So you can see how that could be rigged. These people are bad at hiding. You pick out Epstein, you catch all his stuff, and then this whole thing just comes down, doesn't it? Braunschweig. Now that's a quite a royal name if I ever saw one. Wall Street Journal. More Wired. ICM. Now, I've gone through these years before because they're the old ones. It shows how long they've been planning this kind of stuff. Let's just pick another year, somewhere in the middle. They stopped doing it around 2015. Around Pizzagate. Ooh, the San Francisco Science Dinner. Let's take a look. I haven't seen this one before. Who do we have here? I don't know too many of these faces, but let's take a look. Maybe we'll see a few that we know. Yeah, this one seems to be a little bit more low-key. Let's pick another year then. 2010. Twitter, Evan Williams. All right. Bill Gates, Ariana Huffington. Remember, all of them were funded by Epstein. Jerry Cohen, Dave Morin, John Cusack. Bill Gates, I don't know about Dean Kamen. I don't know about that guy. These are all big names, folks. I didn't know that actually Gates appeared in one of these. This is the first time I've seen him there. Ooh, we got Madame Mandelbrot, like the Mandelbrot set. Larry Page. Matt Groening. Simpsons. Oh boy. Oh boy. These people have been quite busy, haven't they? Sam Harris serves as a great distraction, talking about Muslims all day. Lisa Randall, that sounds familiar. Oh, no longer found, hey? Third culture, by the way. That is referring to after you flood in, what do you call it? After you flood in all the immigrants. Oh, come on now. That's fine. All right. Professor of physics at Harvard University. She began her physics career at Stuyvesant High School in New York City. She was a finalist, tied for first place. National Westinghouse Talent Research. Went on to Harvard. Went to Berkeley. UC Berkeley. That's where all those protests and riots were, or fights that were going on. Yeah. Let's keep looking. Hold on. Mr. Mandelbrot himself. Remember when they were pushing all this stuff? Who was he involved with? He was also involved with Timothy Leary, who got his, I believe, special psychology degree out of Georgetown. Mr. Mandelbrot. Yves Behar. That's a big name. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Peter Diamandis, I believe, was a founding citizen of Terramar, which was Ghislaine Maxwell's little group to try and take over the oceans. Susan Wojcicki. Hello, Susan. Hello, Susan. Maybe worrying about what I'm saying. Maybe you should be a little bit more worried in what you were doing over the past few years. Katinka Matson's showing up again with Dave Morin. It's a big club, folks, and you ain't in it. Let's see. Elon is indeed controlled opposition, pushing agendas too. He's kind of like building the bridge between the left and the right. Listen, they wouldn't put him on. Ooh, look at this! Look at this! We have some deleted messages from Timeless Legend. Now I don't know. I didn't get a chance to mod them myself, but apparently, it's been deleted by the Google moderation team. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look. Are they coming down on me? I'll just say it one more time. Muhammad was a confirmed pedophile. Take a look. Hold on. Message deleted by the Google moderator team. Oh, they don't like us talking about Mr. Larry Page meeting with Epstein, do they? Do I have your attention there, Miss Wojcicki? Whoo! Now that's lovely. That's lovely. Now, I'm sorry, Susan. I never got to the comment first. I'm too busy exposing you pedophiles. Let's see. We can't have them because Elon. And the clear historical pattern of the Jesuit order screwing up green energy. Yep, 100%. They've weaponized it against us. Where's Tom from MySpace? Oh, I'm sure he's kicking there too, yep. Sure he's kicking there too. Say hi to Google, folks. Google's in the house. I've gotten your attention, haven't I? You're gonna have to kill me, folks. You're gonna have to kill me to shut me up. University of Pennsylvania is covertly Jesuit controlled, and Wharton absolutely 100%. There's so many of them. So many of them. I don't know what you said, Timeless. I'm not sure what you said that would have gotten all of this retracted. I'll see you on the Discord. Just like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates were handed IBM programs and lots of LSD by the CIA in order to create the internet as a huge involuntary confessional of Rome. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes, that is indeed the case. Elon said we will coup whoever we want, get over it. That's not controlled opposition. He's in the order. Yeah, no, for sure. But you know when he's pretending to expose these people with an express.co.uk. And thank you for whoever gave that to me. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. It's a great conversation that it sparked up. Meta Creations, the new name. Oh, is that what this was? Is that what Meta Creations was? Epstein made his rounds to all of the evil popes of the private sector prop UPS. Yeah, Elon Musk's brother apparently was even more heavily involved with Epstein. This is what enrages me. All of the happening in broad daylight. They don't even try to hide anymore, but people are so numb and in need of social acceptance that even Trump is too extreme for them. Well, I'm not a supporter of Trump either. I'm a right winger, but I'm not a supporter of Trump. I think that he's just as controlled as all of them. Like I said, he was raised in Wharton. He went to Fordham, which is a Jesuit university. An election was effing stolen. These are my words, Susan Wojcicki. Worry about your little photo showing up on edge.org a little bit more. Maybe you can scrub that first. Let's see. Pence Essing president because thinking otherwise gets you social credit canceled or kicked off the algorithms, right, Susan? Let's see. Jacoby is probably bouncing with George Floyd at Epstein's new island somewhere. serving drinks to Scalia and Rumsfeld, the CEOs of Health South and Enron. Interesting. Colin Powell, Jesuit Order, Heaven on Earth is Epstein's Island. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Let's. It's been a while since I showed this stuff, actually, to be honest. So let's take a look. They haven't kicked me off yet, have they? For talking about Muhammad being a pedophile, because he was a pedophile. Look up Aaliyah. She was 9 years old. 9 years old, folks. 9 years old. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, yes, Lisa. Oh, yes. See, they come in covertly. They come in covertly. But when you call them out well enough, oh, then they'll let you know that they're around. I already know that they've been around for a long time. Just a second. Yes, yes, the world is run by pedophiles, including Google. Bunch of pedophiles. Get wrecked, Susan. What was I gonna look up? Alice down the rabbit hole. Just getting here. Is this an Epstein Connect the Dots game? Yes, yes, and we're being interfered with by Google moderation team. And yeah. Let's see. Scalia. Let's see. My money on Dick Cheney. Oh, I figured I was going to look up. Dang it, Dale. Oh, yes. I was going to show you Epstein Island. Yes, for those that are a little bit new to this channel, and I haven't shown this in a long time. My OBS is apparently not wanting to show it. Hold on. This will be in the way just for 2 seconds. Just for 2 seconds. Here we go. Yeah, remember, just because it's free speech here, or like, you know, as free as we can do it, doesn't mean that you can break the YouTube
community guidelines. Community.
The old Epstein sundial. Here we go. That is the Jesuit symbol. Here you are. On the pedophile island, at which the moderators likely visited. And these are the seashells. You'll find these as well. They love seashells. It represents, well, I mean, you got the spiral, obviously, right? But it represents continuity, eternal life, by abusing children and young girls. Lots of QAnon trying to flood this in. I'm not taking your bait. Screw your QAnon-controlled opposition. That's another good one. As above, so below. Wearing the apron, and look what they got. The old Jesuit symbol. Whoop, whoop. Pythagoras here. Look into Pythagorean spirituality or Pythagorean tradition. Goes hand in hand with Gnosticism and Orpheism. Got your square, compass, and ruler there. The leopard print, that is a sign of Dionysus. Dionysus, IHS. Let's see what I find there by looking that up. They say that at these groves for Dionysus, they would hang IHS over it. I haven't gotten confirmation on this, but since we're on the topic. Ooh, that's the rooster. Crowing a little bit early today. That usually means that it's the last hour, actually. See, they love to do this, say that this must be the story of Jesus. No, that's the story of Catholic Jesus. Yes, they always want to put in Mary, even though Jesus himself said that, well, Mary is not his mother in that way. In this case, though, he suckles. This is Isis suckling Horus. Look again. You have the fortress on top of her head and the snake coming out where the eye would be, the third eye. No, much different. Although you do a good job, Jesuits, at trying to make it look exactly the same, and then come to us on the back end and say, "Oh, see how Jesus is Horus?" That's what you do, right? It's because you're a bunch of diddlers and you need to hide things, everything possible. And Protestants are the only ones that call you out. What's Susan? Susan Wojcicki. She was, she was owned by Epstein. She's an Epstein pawn. Right? They all got their ears tickled by getting them to go to the edge.org Billionaires Dinner, which would always be right before a TED Talk. And those TED conferences, the main ones. And they were wined and dined by Epstein. All of them. Case, Mirvold, Bill Gates. Now, he's a little bit more deep. You don't see him too much at those things. I didn't even know he was at one of them. Yeah. No, not Susan from... Not the Susan that comments here. Of course not. I'm talking about Susan Wojcicki. I don't know how to spell her last name. I don't care to learn. Because she's just a pawn. That's all she is. Right, moderators? You and I both know it. She's a useless pawn. A useful idiot. But she's just a stooge. She's just a stooge. This would be a great time, actually, to get into how she gave herself an award via a proxy company. Susan Wojcicki. Did I get it? Did I get it right? Okay. Is ruining YouTube. See, they want you to... they want you to hate her. Don't hate her. She's just a stooge. She's a stooge. That's all. I like picking at her. This is wonderful.
I'm so excited to be here tonight to present Susan Wojcicki with the Free Expression Award.
I don't even think that's how you say her name, isn't it? Isn't it Wojcicki?
As the CEO of YouTube, Susan is facing some of the most
I don't
critical
care.
issues around free expression today. When billions of people are on your platform every day, how do you make sure that everybody has a voice but also feels safe? And how do you do that across the versions of YouTube that exist in
Because my safety. I need my safety. The Freedom Forum Institute. Look how they rewrite what freedom means. As long as you feel safe. Epstein giving himself... I write this. I guess I got canned on this. My stuff hidden. I think one of the people is actually blind, if I'm not mistaken, that talk about this award.
different languages. These These questions are important to me because YouTube is where I found my voice. You might not be able to tell by looking at me, but I'm blind.
Yeah. She's blind. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. They're trying to get that. Look at this ratio. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. 226 likes to 56,000 dislikes.
The majority of my vision when I was 14, and that year it felt like my life was falling apart. Until I found a group of...
Something's happening on the live feed. Hold on. Yeah. Little slumping. Keep my eye on it. Have yourself a wrench. It's slumping a little bit. I'll give you that. But nothing that's going to go crazy. Keep my eye on it.
Of girls online who loved beauty and fashion as much as I do. When I no longer had friends in real life to turn to, I
Beauty and fashion, your crescent moons, your black and white crescent moons.
found
Yeah.
these online creators to turn to, and they felt like my friends. I knew that one day I wanted to be able to build that same sense of community for other people around the world who felt like they didn't fit in. And 6 years ago, that's what I did.
I will double check what you're saying though, Eric. Just in case.
Fashion as much as I do.
Oh, this is mine. Sorry. You're giving me my live stream.
Now, every single day, I get to share my story and advocate for a world that's more accessible for everyone. YouTube gave me that opportunity, and every day, YouTube gives people the opportunity to express themselves and the
Yeah, as they see fit. There's no freedom with this. The freedom to feel safe.
freedom to feel like they have somewhere that they belong. The freedom that YouTube gave me is so important to me, and I'm so grateful. And that's why I feel honored to introduce to you Susan Wojcicki.
Yeah, read the
CEO of
teleprompter more.
YouTube. She's been called one of the most powerful women in technology today, but for creators around the world, we just know her as Susan. Let's take a look at her work.
Susan Wojcicki is shaping the way that over 1 billion people access the media. She is unquestionably one of the most powerful media executives on the planet.
Not really.
Media
She's
has
just a
never been
stooge.
easier to create. It's never been easier to watch. And so we think about ourselves as a platform for the next generation of media companies to be able to create content and to distribute it to the world.
Just a quick update on what you're talking about there. It looks like there is a second vent opening up in the thing. It's just widening out. We've been seeing that over the past little bit when it's on a higher action of activity or a higher phase of activity. You can see one right there, and then there is another one in the back here. That is probably rifting out. These things do take time though, so.
And I also really care deeply about the freedom of expression and the fact that people all over the world can use it to tell their story.
Are you a feminist or a womanist? A question a lot of black women will
Just useless questions. Useless questions. Are you a feminist or a womanist? So yeah, all the how to be an ally. You know, we got the Muslim, the pedophile Muhammad defenders. You know, like this kind of stuff, right?
Found 101 on the language of the blind.
It's incredibly important that we have a
Yeah,
responsibility framework.
All of the disparaged peoples that you keep putting in the limelight for no real reason whatsoever.
That's been my #1 priority. We're removing content that violates our policies. You can go too far, and that can become censorship.
How about leftist extremism?
And so we have been working really hard to figure out what's the right way to balance responsibility with freedom of speech.
Susan's also helping to reimagine and reshape what's possible for women around the world.
Ever since Susan started running on YouTube, the percentage of women in YouTube
I do believe we saw him as well on theedge.org.
has increased significantly. Representation matters.
If women do not participate in tech,
Explains how the tech industry can disrupt its own glass ceiling, like the one with women. Oh, the ones that were all being used by Epstein? Okay.
They're losing the chance to influence the largest economic and social shift of this century.
Terrible public speaker.
We realize we have really broad reach.
There are
and we-
far better, far more talented women that have nothing to do with Epstein that could be in your place, but nope.
want to make sure that we, as a platform, are using it for good. I know I can make it better, and that's why I'm here.
Ed says YouTube is slow to innovate, 100%. They're dragging down innovation.
Susan, I'm so honored to be able to present you tonight with a free expression award for your incredible leadership with YouTube, and I just want to say thank you for all
What
the
a
work
circle
that you've
jerk.
done to empower people around the world to share their story, and I'm thrilled to be able to ask you some questions about your perspective on free expression.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you so much for being here and joining me here tonight.
Now, I know that your passion for free speech has been in part impacted due to your family's history. Can you share how your family's experience has shaped your ideas of free
Oh, this will be great.
Sure. Well, so on both sides of my family, they came to the United States because of the need or different kinds of persecution. On my father's side, it was due to political persecution. My father came from Poland, and for a variety of reasons, after World
Yeah,
War II,
imagine my shock.
it was important for them to leave.
Yeah, just like Peter Daszak, right? Came from Poland as well. Then he starts his own conservation medicine business out of the blue. Yeah. You're being censored in chat, MDP. It's not me. Ask the old moderation team, the freedom of expression team on Google for that. And I'd say that this video or this stream is probably clamped down now. You probably won't be able to ever find it again. That's okay. YouTube has done nothing but put the clamp down steadily on the interactive quality of the platform. 100%. Try and run any search on anything whatsoever, and they give you nothing but garbage checkmark channels.
And my father escaped from Poland and wound up coming to the United States. And, my grandfather was never able to leave. He remained in Poland and was behind the Iron Curtain. And I saw how difficult it was to communicate with him, to be able to worry about what you were saying to him, and for him to have concerns about what was said or what was even sent to him. And then on my mother's side, they came to the United States for religious persecution. And so I've just seen the real benefits that freedom of speech has, as well as representing all people of all different backgrounds and all different perspectives. And that the freedoms we have, we really can't take for granted, that we really have to make sure that we're protecting them in every way possible. And I feel, because of my family history, a deep connection to those freedoms, and I'm very thankful for the freedoms that I have.
You have no freedoms, and you give no freedoms. You probably don't even know what freedom really means, right? You sit in your little private thing, you shut down people's conversations, just like we're seeing right now in the chat.
Now, when I started on YouTube, all I really wanted to do was just be authentic and share my story. But of course, as I've grown, there's been more pressure to speak for others in my community. And with that becomes a lot of responsibility. And I know at YouTube, you guys are always juggling responsibility at such a high level, always needing to try to balance people's right to free speech with protecting our community from content that can be harmful. So can you talk to us
Yeah,
about
your arbitrary definition of harmful, as in like calling out Susan Wojcicki for being an Epstein stooge?
about that?
Sure. Well, first of all, we want to be able to have as diverse and open a platform as possible. And
No, you don't. No, you don't. Your diversity is just, oh, you get to say whatever we want, and that's it.
and as many views as possible on the platform. But we also need to
How about the majority of the African American community that says your vaccines are shit? How about that? How about that? You didn't like that, did you? You wanted to clamp down on that pretty hard.
make sure that there are limits, and that we can see that sometimes
You either have free expression or you don't. You either have free expression or you don't. There are a couple exceptions. that I could think of, and it's creating chaos in an instantaneous manner, like yelling fire in a movie theater, the famous example, right? Other than that, you either have free speech or you don't.
We've always, since the very beginning of YouTube, had community guidelines because we realized
Community guidelines.
Like some of the very beginning, we wouldn't allow adult content, hate content, dangerous content, all of those.
What about saying Muhammad's a pedophile because he married Aaliyah at age 9? How about that? Is that hate content, or is it telling the truth?
Some content could really make it that YouTube was no longer a platform that was viable for all these other voices out there. And so we've always had community guidelines, but as YouTube has become bigger and has had more of an impact, we've seen the need to increase what we're doing from a responsibility standpoint. And this has been an area of increasing importance for us as we have certainly gotten bigger. And we call this whole work the responsibility work. And we actually talk
The
about
responsibility work.
Responsibility. It involves literally thousands of people and a large amount of work.
Yeah, in a closed censorship community, and you all decide what can and can't be said. Yeah.
The entire company, but if I sum it into these 4 different R's, the first one would be remove, which is that we're always updating our policies, and when content is violative of any of the policies, unfortunately, we need to remove it. And
Unfortunately.
So we did 9 million videos last quarter.
Amazing. Can you imagine receiving a Freedom of Expression award and bragging that you've gotten rid of 9 million videos? She's such a terrible speaker too. What a useless stooge.
We remove with machines, which is good because it means if there's content that's violative, we find that really quickly. And the second one is raise. So being able to raise up authoritative information. So, for example, in the pandemic, we served hundreds of billions of impressions that came from different health organizations, like whether it was the CDC or the equivalent in countries all over the world, and making sure that people get information from the right medical sources in the case of COVID, or news from authoritative sources. So we're working to make sure that we can raise up the information that is valuable for our users.
How about like Lapalmians trying to say that their government is screwing them over? How about people saying that this vaccine is not safe nor effective for anything really? Is it? We're now seeing that it has no effect for long COVID symptoms. How it's killing people. How it's causing blood clots, things like that. How about any of these things? How about that? How about we... Do you shut down any of that stuff? Because it's funny how I only see Bushcraft Bear and Guten Tag and your other stooges, right? But we can't get any actual videos from Lapalmians.
And then, there's a lot
There's probably about, I bet you there's 1,000 of them with 2 views that we can never find.
Content that technically meets the spirit of what we're trying to do, but it's borderline. And so for that content, we will just reduce, meaning we're not going to recommend it to our users. It's still on the platform, but it's content that is not necessarily recommended by our platform. And the last one is reward, which is that we have a higher standard for where we serve our advertising dollars, and that has many reasons. We want to, we want to do the right thing for our advertisers, and they care a lot where their ads show up. But we also want to protect creators like you who have built businesses with built
businesses just shilling themselves and getting propped up to the top, right? They want to protect that, of course, and push them up, make sure they have a check mark, and we can never get rid of them, and every single search is from a check mark, or every single search result is made from a check mark. Yeah, and she has no idea how obnoxious she sounds, and this whole community that they have has no idea how obnoxious they sound, right? And they want in on your lives, and they want total privacy to conduct any of their policies as they see fit.
Content and make sure that that we don't have a situation where advertisers pull their spend because there's some content on it that they're not comfortable with. So we want to make sure we're protecting all the valuable creators like you. So Those are the 4 R's of responsibility that we think about as we are.
The 4 R's. It reminds me of like when you hear, what do you call it? Communist regimes, when they put out like they always have like the 3 great rules that come out whenever they're trying to change and socially engineer people. They always have like the 3 this, the 4 that, the 5 this. Yeah, it's always like that.
As YouTube is growing and we're continuing to invest, and it's been a huge priority for me at YouTube to make sure that we are balancing.
No, it's been a huge priority for your handlers, your Epstein cowards. That's what that's been a priority for. It's not you. You can barely even say what you're saying at this moment. You're just such a terrible public speaker.
Openness of YouTube, but also the responsibility.
That's fantastic. I think all of those are very valuable steps that YouTube has taken, and I'm curious to hear how you feel free speech plays out on YouTube with creativity.
Very creative with the most bland of all backdrops I've ever seen.
Well, first of all, I think that YouTube has really...
Do you think that that interviewer actually wrote any of these questions?
A lot more creativity, and I think it's amazing we have creators like you.
Oh, it's amazing, yeah.
That we can hear from you from different perspectives that we probably wouldn't have heard with traditional media. And
oh yes, you're so against the mainstream. You are the mainstream. Everybody knows you're the mainstream.
And I also just look over my lifetime. So when I was a kid, I remember there were just, I don't know, not that many channels, probably less than 100 at the most channels. And
Yeah, it was you and all your buddies. And you were pushing 9/11 conspiracy theories too, to freak people out and get them all freaked out so they would act chaotically, and then you would have to control it.
And now with YouTube, we have millions and millions of channels, and that has just unleashed a huge number of different views. And
Yeah, keep looking at your cues there on the left, to your left there, Susie.
perspectives, and we can hear from people that we never would have heard from beforehand.
Absolutely. Thank you, Susan, for chatting with me, and congrats on your very well-deserved award.
Thank you so much to the Freedom Forum for having me here today and for this award. I recognize the significance of freedom of speech, and I'm so honored to be here today
Oh, yes.
to receive this award.
All my dear viewers, thank you so much for your kind comments and prayers and support. MK Ultra victim. I don't know. I don't think I've heard it. We'll look it up. Now see, look, you look this stuff up and all you got are checkmark garbage. Fifth Estate, it's a CBC program. City News, well, basically CBC at this point, they're all paid for by the government, Trudeau government. Look, checkmark, negative XP. Is this it? Negative XP? Checkmark. This one right here is first one that wasn't. Hey, take a quick bio anyways. I'll be right back.
I'm an MK Ultra victim. There's poison in my system. I'm an MK Ultra victim. There's poison in my system. break up, cause this isn't real, I don't exist. Turn off, tune out before you lose it. I'm an MK Ultra victim. There's poison in my system. I'm an MK Ultra victim. There's poison in my system. I'm an MK Ultra victim. There's poison in my system.
It was MK Ultra Victim. Yeah, that was a good song. Good song. As viable as Build Back Better. Yeah, the 4 R's of responsibility or whatever. Well, see, they need these very simple, dumbed down, low IQ mantras in order to appeal to the, lack of intelligence of their selected content creators, right? This is how it works, because the people that they select are so brain dead. You know, and that, you know, as they include in diversity, it's never the smart, diverse people. It's always the ones that have to basically follow along to everything, right? I know lots of people that are quite diverse and they have their own opinions, and you'll never see them. You'll never see them. No, you got to be the ones that go on with the diversity skint and all that kind of stuff, and the climate change, all that garbage. Yes, folks. These are the numbskulls that rule big tech and then pretend that you wouldn't see this on mainstream media. Cracks me up. Yeah, too much. Some things are painful to watch, and that lady is definitely one of them. 100%, Lisa. 100%. Alliteration patterns lull the average mind. 100%. That is why they do them. That's why they do them. Build back better. What a retarded statement. And I mean that in the very essence of the word retarded. And I'm not talking about people who are with disabilities. I'm talking about so late to free thought. Retarded. Is anybody getting a repeated audio loop? It feels like deja vu, but you're sure it's not? You're reading the same comments and responding exactly the way, or the same way. It must be a loop. Me? I don't know. I think everybody's just, they're looking at this and they're disgusted by it. And I'm just saying 100% to a lot of it. Not sure. Let us not be lazy coward researchers nor lazy coward debaters in the virtual town square. Yeah, 100%. Free thought is the most important thing we have, and if there's one person speaking, it doesn't matter. I know that, like, they're probably dropping this now so that you can't see this on search results and things like that. They want to make you feel that you're alone and unable to think for yourself without being part of a community. We need to be part of a community in order to feel special. Just like she was saying. Right? And it's just lulling people into that mentality. I say fuck that mentality. Let's take a look at what's going on with the volcano. No, I don't see too much craziness going on. I mean, yeah, this is pretty intense, yeah, but it's doing its cycle. Pretty high flames though. Lots of gas coming out of one and lava in the other. It does definitely seem like there's two huge vents up there doing different things. Look at these slide down. Crazy stuff. Take a quick earthquake check before we move on to the next red pill. "11 minutes ago,
There was a 3.6 at 11. Let me just do a quick refresh. Maybe I'm missing something. Yep. Another 3.1. 3.6 is pretty high there. So we're still straddling that 3 and above. One good thing to note is we're getting very few of these deep earthquakes. Let's hope this expends all this pressure. Oh, wait now. Hold on. We're back. For some reason, this wouldn't show up top. And then it did. Let's see. Fruit Loops sound good when you have the munchies. Oh, did I read the comments twice about Kobe? I didn't even read it the first time with Kobe. I did notice it, and I just didn't get a chance to address it. I'm not too sure, friend. Sandra Saunders says, just a note, I heard in chat that flights are significantly reduced tonight in both North Carolina and Florida skies. Pilots walking off due to shot mandates or something else. Very well, could be the case. I know that there's a lot of nurses that aren't wanting to do this at all. Yeah, they keep saying like the nurses are stressed out because COVID. But no, a lot of the nurses are just not putting up with the bullshit anymore. And we know it, they know it, and they just want to lie about it. Just like how the Palmian and Spanish government, they know that they're doing a crap job, and they know that the people know, and they just want to pretend that it didn't happen. Same thing with the tourists that are stuck on the island. There was info this morning about delays all over the country due to staff shortages. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it. When you shill a crappy vaccine that is neither safe nor effective, and yet you're supposed to mandate this. Yeah. Well, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Smart people, not the chosen diversity crew, but smart people see through it. Step to the right, hands on your hip and pull your knees in right. What? It's okay. It's all right. What else can we do here today? Tick off Susie. Yeah, they might be messing with the stream too. They made sure they made themselves known. I don't know what time was said to get kicked off by a Google moderation team, but it's good to know that they're watching. Let's see. Maybe we'll turn on some more stuff about Jesuit pedophiles. McCarrick. Let's see if we got any new stuff here. Oh, we have America the Jesuit Review that's going to tell us about how we can take stuff away from the Jesuit report. Let's see, do we have anything? Upload date. Oh, nothing here. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. You have all these right up in front of my face, but upload date, nothing shown. Oh, Catholic Perspective's going to tell us about it. Catholic Perspective. You guys know who I'm talking. So this was the Archbishop of New York, and he's a diddler. And he was part of the World Economic Forum and pushing all this stuff. But, yeah, apparently only the Catholics can talk about this. Yeah. Yeah. No, certainly not that anybody talking about it just gets removed or anything like that. Certainly not. No. Oh, and then we got the check marks to do it. Oh, here's one that I did. There you go. There's Bono hanging with him, or with Pope John Paul II. But Bono was best friends with McCarrick. A little short one here. Are they going to give us the voice? The AI voice?
Dedham, Mass., former Roman Catholic
You
cardinal
know they are. You know they are.
Theodore McCarrick, the once powerful American prelate who was expelled from the priesthood for sexual abuse, pleaded not guilty Friday to sexually assaulting a 16-year-old boy during a wedding reception in
Many other counts coming in.
Massachusetts nearly 50 years ago. McCarrick, 91, wore a mask and entered suburban Boston's Dedham District Court hunched over a walker. "Shame on you," a protester shouted. He did not speak during the hearing, at which the court entered a not guilty plea on his behalf, set bail at $5,000, and ordered him to stay away from the victim and have no contact with minors. McCarrick is the only U.S. Catholic cardinal, current or former, to ever be criminally charged with child sex crimes. McCarrick's attorney, Catherine Zimmerl, said afterward that they are looking forward to addressing the allegations in court and would have no other immediate comment. The next hearing was set for October 28. McCarrick, who now lives in Bittmer, Missouri, faces 3 counts of indecent assault and battery on a person over 14, according to court documents.
And many other counts are coming in.
Can still face charges because he wasn't a Massachusetts resident and had left the state, stopping the clock on the statute of limitations.
Yeah, muddy the water a little more. Let's see. This trial is still ongoing, by the way. Carrick trial. Let's see what news there is. This was basically the most powerful cardinal in America, and all we're getting is crap. 6 days ago. Yes, tell us about how he denies it more. Plea of not guilty. The 91-year-old McCarrick. Oh, this is already 2 months old, but apparently they said it was 6 days ago. Yeah. A one-time voice for Roman Catholic Church in the early days of mounting clergy sexual abuse allegations, former Cardinal Theodore McCarrick entered a Massachusetts courtroom Friday to face accusations that he sexually abused a teenage boy in the 1970s. Yeah, way more than that. The only U.S. cardinal is charged. Yeah, it's basically just reading out what they just said here. Yep, because that's it. Vatican faults many for McCarrick's rise, spares Francis, of course. Of course. Even though he lifted him up to a higher rank, and I think he gave him other offices. Oh yeah, this is ongoing as we speak, and you can find almost nothing on it. Almost nothing on it. Lovely stuff. Lovely, lovely stuff. So she's leaving for her own bonus at another job. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Hard to find these days. What is going on? Not too sure. Not sure. I think maybe we're reliving our life until we remember everything. Become the smartest life form. Imagine if you know your whole life ahead of time, then the aliens are done experimenting with us. It's a Gnostic, actually, view, but it's okay. The only other explanation is Justin having short-term memory difficulties, and he reread and responded exactly the same consistent ways. Oh, maybe. This is crazy. That is all over the internet. Yeah, the Shadow. Damn, what's our age range here? Well, I'm 33. Kanye, Justin Bieber, and Marilyn Manson attend a service together. It's in the news. It's more like a cult meeting. Let's take a look. 3 of them, all their own MK Ultra. Oh yeah, lovely. Let's make this a little bigger. Hold on. Volcano's going cray. Huge expulsion of gases. The other one seems to be pushing up some lava as well, and they seem to be meeting. But you wouldn't know it from the other camera that they're showing. Tell me how that makes sense, but whatever. Okay, I don't care about Colin Kaepernick. Get this off my screen. Nobody cares. Nobody asked. Nobody cares about Ridiculous. Kanye West was joined by shock rocker Marilyn Manson and pop singer Justin Bieber during his Sunday gospel service. West, now legally known as Ye, revised his Sunday gospel service for a show on October 31st, featuring his choir of singers garbed in all white robes and suits. That's what the Masons do that for certain ceremonies, as well as the Mormons when you have a baptism, you dress in all white. As the show went on, Ye was joined by Manson on stage, who wore a full white bodysuit that hid his features. Look at this crap. Like, why do you think that I want to look at Colin Kaepernick, the loser? The only reason why he's around is cause racism. He was a garbage quarterback. Third line, best. Or, wait, now, we say third line in hockey. Third string, right? Third string quarterback. Bieber later joined Ye and Manson on the stage, leading a prayer in front of the crowd with the other singers at his side. This is not Manson's first appearance alongside Ye. Manson is credited as a co-writer on songs Jail and Jail Part 2. Lovely. They all work together. You got E-celeb grifter crossover. These people have been pushed up and forced upon us. And oh, it's supposed to be amazing that they all meet together. The 52-year-old singer also joined Ye in August. Man, Manson is 52 years old. Oh my gosh. During a Donda listening party in Chicago. We'll look into Kanye's churches now in a second. We'll see what he does. I bet he's part of the NAR. Manson has come under intense scrutiny in recent months after several women made allegations of abuse against him. Manson denied the claims, calling them horrible distortions of reality. He is currently facing, is this another Me Too? You know, anything and everything to talk about something else besides child abuse, I'm sure. He's currently facing a lawsuit from his ex-girlfriend that was refiled after a judge ruled the initial allegations were not sufficient to invoke the delayed discovery rule. Bieber has closely followed Ye's gospel career path after the 2019 release of Jesus is King, after breaking away from the Hillsong Church, which is the NAR. Bieber made his first appearance at a Ye gospel service in February 2020, where he sang Marvin Sapp's Never Would Have Made It. Now, it's something about himself. He has made several appearances at Ye's services since then. Ye. Bieber also released his own gospel extended play record in April 2021. Yeah, let's take a look. No, Jesus walked on water. Not you. You're not Jesus. I guess the Ye, like Jesus, maybe. And they're wearing all black. Oh, look at this spiky coronavirus COVID mask. Very Masonic. Circle of Purity. It's a protection circle. White is pure. That's why they use that. All right, let's look at Kanye West's church. Let's see some more about this garbage. Kanye West Church. wearing purple, royalty. Did they announce anything at all about the name of the church? Would like to hear something maybe of their... Oh, here we go.
Yesterday, I
David Letterman, another controlled op. Well, not controlled op, but control guy.
lucky to have been invited to a
He's got himself his MK Ultra hair rocking.
performance of your work and of your orchestration. It was so moving and inspirational that I said to you, I wish my family had been here for this, because there's no way I'm going to be able to explain to them what a lovely hour this was. What can you tell us about this? It's you call it the Sunday service?
Yeah, I mean, we were really light on even giving it a name. It's just the idea that we had to open up our hearts and make music that we felt was as pure and as positive.
Where's Jesus in that? Where's Jesus in any of this, by the way? Because, like, pagans can talk about making things as pure as possible. Masons can talk about making things as pure as possible. I don't hear anything about Jesus.
As possible, and just do it for an hour every Sunday and have something where people can come together and just feel good with their families.
Feel good. Just give you a little more on Hillsong. Hillsong Pyramid. Interesting. Illuminati pyramid scheme. Not a big fan of how they say that, but whatever. There you go. Got yourself your mountains, whatever. Your Illuminati. Welcome back. Who's he saying welcome back? Very much like Arise Church. Arise Church. They love their triangles and their pyramids. They love it, love it, love it. Arise Church pyramid. Check this one out. This one is awake, O sleeper. Arise. Oh boy, that does not seem Christian to me. That seems like you're talking to the opposite, aren't you? Oh boy. Arise Church. But we'll go more into Hillsong, actually. Hold on. Hillsong. Actually. Who runs Hillsong again? Mike Bickle or something? Brian Houston. It's in Australia. This is huge, by the way. Huge, huge, huge. Check this out. Founder's lack of reporting of child sexual abuse by his father. Frank Houston, the father of Hillsong Church founder Brian Houston, was a pastor in New Zealand and Australia who sexually abused boys over the course of his ministry. One of the 9 identified victims was routinely subjected to sexual abuse in the 1960s and 70s when he was 7 to 12 years old. In 1999, his mother reported the abuse to the Assemblies of God denomination. Although Brian Houston, then national president of the Assemblies of God denomination in Australia, was legally obligated to report the crime, he did not do so. Brian Houston said he felt it was a reasonable excuse not to report the crime when the victim is an adult. When the crime comes to light, okay,
That's an interesting excuse. And said the victim did not want the crime reported, an assertion that was denied by the victim. The victim later testified to the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse that Frank Houston offered him $10,000 in Australian money as compensation at a McDonald's in the presence of Nabi Saleh. During an internal church investigation, Frank Houston eventually confessed to the crime. The commission also heard that he was involved in the sexual abuse of other children in New Zealand. Frank Houston resigned from his church in 2000, which, now lacking a pastor, was merged into Hillsong Church. A further internal investigation by the Assemblies of God in Australia, in conjunction with the Assemblies of God in New Zealand, found 6 additional child sexual abuse allegations that were regarded as credible. On the 5th of August 2021, New South Wales Police issued a warrant for Brian Houston to attend the Downing Centre Local Court in Sydney on the 5th of October, alleging that Houston concealed child sexual abuse by his late father, Frank. Houston was in the United States at the time of being charged. He has denied the charges, and his lawyer stated he intends to plead not guilty. So this is something to just, well, basically, this is ongoing. Another thing that we're not hearing much of. What happens if I look up Brian Houston Hillsong? Let's see what happens. Yeah. Yeah. We got a little bit here. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. They're kind of talking about it. You haven't heard about this, though, I guess. Hillsong founder, apparently this is more important. Hillsong founder calls out Australian government's discriminatory COVID-19 restrictions. And by the way, a lot of these churches that are calling out the COVID-19 stuff, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the mainstream is right on the cause COVID stuff, but all of these guys are the ones behind a lot of these protests and all this stuff. And it's controlled op. It's meant to round you up, folks. Meant to round you up. Yeah, good old Brian Houston. Tay always comes in at crazy times, yeah. Good to see you. Most prudent men are in fact content to try and keep their heads low and attempt to coexist with the rulers of evil. Well, take no part in evil is what I try and say. Rather, well, not what I try and say, it's what's said in the Bible. Rather, expose them. We are just starting and reviewing the wide world of celebrity Jesuit influence, Lil. Interesting. I think they would have let him call for a carnation revolution. Okay. Let's see. Ann Goods has read much of The Rulers of Evil on YouTube, which is a good value because the book costs $100 and you really only need the intros in the first chapter to really get it. Ann Goods goes through some awesome reads, man. Mormon started by a Freemason. Kinda, yeah. His Joseph Smith was not accepted into Masonry because he had a what was called a glass-looking charge. It was a fraud con man charge. So he was not in good standing, and he at first was not allowed into Masonry. At least this is what the story says. Now, once he started gaining influence, then he was indeed accepted into the rite. And he took all of those temple ceremonies and he infused it into the Mormon church. What is wrong with people, says Lisa? Well, consider this. Maybe it was all set up from the beginning so that we would say, look at all these child abusers in Christianity. That's what I think is going on. NAR will be the one world religion. Yeah, they are trying that hard. Well, at least the big wing of it that'll bring it back into... It gets Protestants into thinking about apostles living today. And then who's the chief apostle? Well, it's the Pope. Every single one of our intelligence agencies are invariably founded by the Knights of Malta, and same thing with the NAR. Take a look at Rick Joyner. Hillsong do rituals in their performances, 100%. Absolutely. Our intelligence agencies weren't founded to serve the public. They are founded to serve the special needs of the diplomatically immune Knights of Malta, inside trading, and warmongering on us. Yep. Who will follow Kanye West as their religious leader? You know, people do like celebrities. Knights of Malta chain of command is they report directly to the Cardinal, which is unconstitutional because the Cardinal weighs in heavily on intelligence and missions. Yeah, yeah. If you look into Hillsong and you see Hillsong NAR, they are indeed NAR. Many people assume that the origins of Hillsong originated from charismaticism, Pentecostalism, or the Salvation Army. This is not true. Well, it does come from charismaticism. It does. Oh yeah, Cairo gonna tell us what the. Look at the eye here. Yeah, they're gonna try and water this down a bit. Hillsong's roots were founded in the Canadian New Order of the Latter Rain, NOLR cult. Yes, Branham was his name. This guy here. William Branner. Bill Branham. Yeah. That's where it comes from. He died in a car crash. He couldn't prophesy that. Today, this is internationally recognized as the New Apostolic Reformation cult. The series of origins of Hillsong. Let's see what we got here. I don't like this website, but maybe we'll get a little something. No, let's go to a different page. It's all watered down garbage. Stay away from the Cairo, folks. Stay away from the Cairo. Hillsong fails the NAR test. Okay, yeah, whatever. There you go. I don't know about Pulpit and Pen either, actually. I think they've been taken over. Hold on. Actually, whatever. I'll just turn off my A block. Hold on. Sorry if that's too big. Hold up. Custom filters. Isn't there something like I can just turn on? Oh, dang it, Dale. Whatever. I'll just read it like this. Hold on. Let's see what I was just reading. Bobby Houston is the wife of Brian Houston and calls herself, this is the one with the father diddler, calls herself the co-senior pastor of Hillsong Church. Hillsong is the Australia-based global phenomenon that has been growing throughout the world through its Aryan snare pop music, word of faith theology, and celebrity endorsements. With satellite churches in New York, Los Angeles, and the Americas, Hillsong is the point of the spear of the New Apostolic Reformation, a charismatic movement that is seeking to unite the charismatic world, Protestant and Catholic, under its two main doctrinal distinctives, continuationism and the prosperity gospel. That is the NAR, by the way. Continuationism, as opposed to cessationism, is they believe that the gifts, the fivefold ministry, which is like prophets, apostles, and all that stuff, still happens today, as opposed to where the Bible in Hebrews 1:1 is specific when it talks about this has all been done, and now that we have the Word of God, that's all we need. This may happen another time, but I doubt it's through these guys. Along with the International House of Prayer, by the way, IHOP, in Kansas City, Missouri, Bethel Church in Redding, California, and other charismatic mega movements, Hillsong is helping to advance the second and third wave Pentecostal notion that God is bringing a latter rain, that Branham guy, Bill Branham, that we were just talking about, a perverted interpretation of Joel 2, and they also call themselves Joel's Army, movement upon the church that includes the divine implementation of new apostles, as if we need them, as if God has not appointed Jesus the heir of all things, as per Hebrews 1:1 and 2. In no uncertain terms, the charismatic movement is claiming a return of the apostolate, including apostolic authority and new revelation. See, apostolic authority as in when they do the thinking, right? It's the thinking has been done. When they've said something, the thinking has been done. Bobby Houston is the latest to claim apostolic anointing for her husband, Brian, a standard claim for NAR leaders. Houston claimed from her Twitter account, in true apostolic anointing, he delivered what I believe was the heart of God and a crucial yada yada, don't care, she's too stupid. Anyways, when the Apostle Paul wrote his epistles, he repeatedly reinforced his apostolic anointing in a similar fashion so that the recipients of his letters might submit to them as authoritative, unscripturated, sacred writ in places like Paul, called to be an apostle of Christ Jesus by the will of God. That's 1 Corinthians 1:1. 2 Cor 2:1 says, Paul, an apostle of Christ Jesus by the will of God, and Timothy, our brother, to the church of God in Corinth. Galatians 1:1, Paul, an apostle, sent not from men nor by a man, but by Jesus Christ and God the Father, who raised him from the dead, and all the brothers and sisters with me, to the churches in Galatia, and so on and so forth. In like manner, NAR leaders claim for themselves similar apostolic credentials. Houston wrote in more detail on her Instagram account. Oh, lovely. She has an Instagram too. In true apostolic anointing, he delivered what I believe was the heart of God. How does one not... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So it goes against Jeremiah 17:9 that we don't know our hearts, let alone others. And a crucial milestone message, quote unquote, to the soul of our church. A milestone is the marker in the journey. What? It reminds us of where we have come from, and more emptily, where we have headed. Every person around the world who believes they are the fabric of the heart and soul of our Hillsong Church family, our community, has to hear this message. That's all caps, has. That's so she means business. As Revelation declares, he who has ears, let him hear what the Spirit is saying to the churches. So you declare, they then take, well, they use the Holy Spirit in vain, is what they do, right? They say that they can then decipher what the Holy Spirit is saying, right? Let's see. When Bobby Houston cited Revelation 2:29, he who has ears, she is citing Jesus' words to John the Revelator, as he was giving personally inscripturated letters to the churches of Asia Minor. One can only deduce that when applying the words to her husband Brian, when claiming for him true apostolic anointing, that what he spoke was at least as authoritative as Holy Scripture. Yeah. Have yourself a wrench, Bevan Stacy Kiersa, or is it Kiersha? Kierse? Sorry, however it is. Yeah, welcome. Hillsong in Australia has a rape accusation. The so-called pastor blew it off as a young man's mistake. Yeah, that's what they do. People go to these churches for the music? Yes. Okay, so the way that they reel you in is with experience. Okay? You get this amazing feeling when you go into these places if you are, I guess, led away or whatnot. Right? And they have lots of lights and music and everybody holding up their hands and being loving to each other, or at least it seems that way. Yeah, this is how they get people in. They get you in with the experience. You have lots of young people that get pulled into this crap because of a wonderful feeling. And this is why Jeremiah 17:9 is so important that I keep bringing it up. 1 second. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? And usually when you have a who can know it, when it's asking a question, it means the other thing. It's rhetorical often in the Bible when you see this. Who can know it means no one can know it. That's what that means. The more I know people, the more I love my dog. Yeah. Yeah. There's always a bright side. Yeah. Spencer Smith does a series called Third Adam that exposes them all. Well worth a watch. Let's see. Spencer Smith. I do caution a lot of people with the Baptist missions. Hold on. I don't know this guy, so I'm going to do a quick Calvinist check. A lot of the people that call out the NAR, they're Calvinist, and you have to be careful with this as well. Yeah, he's a Calvinist. There's a lot. I do like how Calvinism calls out the NAR, but I would recommend taking a look into John MacArthur's Mason ties. His grandfather was a Mason, and he also headed up a Baptist church, Presbyterian church in PEI, Canada. And to me, it seems like a lot of this is set up as kind of like the Republicans versus Democrats, right? They're all basically controlled by Rome. But I do like how they call out the NAR. I won't go into too much on this here, but I'm getting a pickup on Calvinism. There's a lot of the NAR is so egregiously against the gospel that it seems like it's a perfect slow pitch for the Calvinists to hit it out of the park and look like true Christianity, when Calvinism itself has massive problems in the tulip doctrine. So I know this might upset a couple people by saying it. I don't go by either. I think it's a false dichotomy, and it's been a set up false dichotomy. But so I do caution, but they do call out the NAR pretty dang well. So take that for what it's worth. I was going to say controlled opposition is more about street protesting, BLM, Antifa, blah, blah, blah. They're all Jesuit order smokescreen, conflict and division theater, 100%. And that's what I'm talking about with that there too. Hillsong in Australia. Okay, we already got you. Thank you. Sorry. Apostolic anointed, paciencia. Yeah. Never thought I'd be glad to be old. Ed, I'm telling you, man, it's just getting worse and worse. And if you were in a Baptist church back in the day, it's not. Baptist churches are not what they used to be. Okay, there's so many Masons infiltrating it. It happened in my church, and I had to leave it because nothing was going to change. You had a bunch of people with a bunch of theology and divinity degrees or whatever, and they were pushing Calvinism, and it's just. These people don't know that they're saved. That's the biggest thing on this. They've been blinded by the Gnostic background of tulip. We've gone through this before. I might make a video that clearly goes through the tulip and why it is wrong, why it is heretical, and it has its roots in Manichaeanism. One thing you want to look into is the people who have been propagating Thomas Aquinas and Augustine of Hippo. I mean, Augustine of Hippo believed that Mary was a perpetual virgin as well. So yeah. I got so many questions to post in Discord later. Interesting stuff. Yeah, man. For sure. I will be on Discord. I tell you what, because I try and get to sleep right after these streams, but we've talked about so many different things that I'm sure people do have some questions. Don't be afraid to message me directly. Right? It doesn't bother me whatsoever, and in fact, it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to call or to go through comments and stuff like that, because if they're going straight to me, it's a lot harder to look through the stuff. I will shield the Discord one more time. It should be pinned for most people, but if it's not working on your browser or whatever, you can join the Discord here. That is the invite link for today. And you'll be able to, well, converse with everybody. We don't just talk about volcanoes, we talk about lots of different things. And you can join us, join the fun. Let's take a look at this this earthquake. Spencer Smith, I wonder, is he a Calvinist? I don't know. Listen, I'm just going by. Unfortunately, everybody that seems to be calling out the NAR are Calvinist, because we had the John F. MacArthur Strange Fire conference that happened. Hold on. Ooh, looks like a lot of smoke coming out of even Vinny at this moment. That's not good. Side vent smoking. Or not side vent, parasitic cone. That's not good. Means potential collapse and cloggage there, which could open up new vents. Let's hope this stays nice and clean and shooting out. Let's go. Okay, so I just want to point out a few things with John MacArthur first off. Grace Community Church. Noted speaker and radio evangelist John MacArthur is a senior pastor. Okay, we're going to go to... Hold on. Ay. Lots of Masonic symbols in this stuff too, guys. Grace Community Church. We have the G. The broken circle. I don't think that's the same one. Let's go to his Master's Seminary. "11 staves." Using the crozier as well. See the cube in it. John MacArthur. This is him. Mason ties. The Fullerton in his name is for Thomas Fullerton. Sorry, his great-grandfather, Thomas Fullerton, Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Prince Edward Island. This is him. St. James Presbyterian Church, Charlottetown. The intermediate degrees. Oh boy. Lodge of Perfection and the Rosy Cross. Oh boy. I didn't know he was Rosicrucian. Let's go to what MacArthur said about Masons, and you'll notice John MacArthur exposes Mason. There used to be one where he called out Freemasonry. Hold on. Freemasonry. And everybody would point to it and they'd be like, look, he actually calls it out. How could he be with them? And it's very... Oh, man, they must have pulled this. They must have pulled that video. Hold on. That's not the one, I don't think. Here we go.
And ye say that in Jerusalem is the place where men ought to worship. Jesus saith unto her, Woman, believe me, the hour cometh when ye shall neither in this mountain nor yet at Jerusalem worship the Father. Ye worship ye know not what. We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews. But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth. For the Father seeketh such to worship him. God is a spirit, and they that worship him.
Ain't he a 5-point tulip Calvinist? Yeah. He is like the tulip these days. He's the face of the tulip. John MacArthur is basically treated like God by Calvinists.
Worship him in spirit and in truth. To worship God is the very core of a Christian's response, the very heart of a Christian's activity. Worship is important because Scripture is so dominated by it. In our last Lord's Day, we examined, for example, Exodus chapter 20, where the first of all the 10 commandments, which reflect the law of God, is a call to worship. In Matthew 22, where the Lord Jesus Christ was confronted about what is the first commandment, he responded with the commandment of worship. We talked about the tabernacle and the temple being symbols to identify the importance of worship in the midst of God's people. We talked about the patriarchs who built altars to worship God. And then we went to the New Testament.
Rosicrucians are very Gnostic. It is a Jesuit-run thing. If you learn about the tenets of Rosicrucianism and the symbolism within it, and you walk in any Jesuit cathedral, you will see the exact parallels.
And we examined Romans 12:1 and 2, and 1 Peter 2:5.
It's actually where I first learned about the Rosicrucians by mistake, just trying to find out the symbolism in the Jesuit church that I was looking at, or the Jesuit cathedral that I was studying when I was in Quebec City.
And in looking at those two scriptures, we saw that we are as Christians called to spiritual worship, which is acceptable to God. Spiritual sacrifices acceptable to God. So all the way from Cain to the church, anybody who has ever identified himself with the saints of God has been called to worship. Secondly, worship is important because destiny is marked by worship. It is not only a scriptural issue, it is an issue of destiny. How a person worships is indicative of their eternal destiny. And you remember that we said there are two kinds of worship, unacceptable and acceptable. And one who worships unacceptably is rejected by God.
See, this all sounds very, very good, you know? It sounds much more based in Scripture than the NAR, right? So this comes off very, you know, like this is the right way to go. It seems like it's just been set up to knock it out of the park.
One who worships acceptably is received by God. Now, I also told you that there are 4 kinds of unacceptable worship. We looked at that first. To worship a false god, to worship the true God in a wrong form, to worship the true God in a self-styled manner, or to worship the true God in a wrong attitude, all of those are wrong. Cain worshiped the true God, but he had been told to bring an animal sacrifice, and when he brought the fruit of the ground, he was working toward worship in a wrong, self-styled manner, and it was unacceptable. And then, as we saw last time in Malachi chapter 1 and Amos chapter 5 and Hosea chapter 6 and Isaiah chapter 1, the people of Israel very often worship God in the right form and the right manner, but with a wrong attitude, and that was equally unacceptable. Unacceptable worship reflects a destiny apart from God. In 1717, there was a group that began, for all intents and purposes,
I don't think this is the one.
Masonic Lodge.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Masons. While they do not wish to be known as a religion, they are, in fact, by definition, clearly a religion. And they are, I think, a classic illustration of unacceptable worship. The Iowa Quarterly Bulletin, way back in April of 1917, says this, and this is their own publication, quote, Masonry is a divinely appointed institution designed to draw men nearer to God, to give them a clearer conception of their proper relationship to God as their heavenly Father, to men as their brethren, and the ultimate destiny of the human soul. End quote. Now that is a religion. Anything that says it's a divinely appointed institution designed to draw men nearer to God, to give them a clearer conception of their proper relationship to God, to men and the ultimate destiny of their human soul, that's a religion. Masonry is a religion, even though they don't want to admit it. Now, do they worship God? They say they do. They say they worship God. They say they worship the true God in the true form, in the true manner, and with the true attitude. Albert Pike, who has been called by fellow Masons one of the most distinguished Masons the Western world has ever produced, has written one of their very important books called Morals and Dogmas. It's so important that it appears in their edition of the Bible. They have
Old Tony Blair.
their own Bible known as the Hertel's Bible. And this is what he has written.
And the Pope doing a Masonic handshake. That should tell you something.
Masonry reverences all the great reformers. It sees in Moses, the lawgiver of the Jews, in Confucius and Zoroaster, in Jesus of Nazareth, and in the Arabian iconoclast, great teachers of morality and eminent reformers, if no more, and allows every brother of the order to assign to each such higher and even divine character as his creed and truth require. We do not undervalue the importance of any truth. We utter no word that can be deemed irreverent by anyone of any faith. We do not tell a Muslim that it is only important for him to believe that there is but one God and wholly unessential whether Muhammad was his prophet. We do not tell the Hebrew that the Messiah whom he expects was born in Bethlehem nearly 2,000 years ago, and that he is a heretic because he will not so believe. And as little do we tell the sincere Christian that Jesus of Nazareth was but a man like us, or his history but the unreal revival of an older legend. To do either is beyond our jurisdiction. Masonry of no one age belongs to all time. Of no one religion, it finds its great truths in all. To every Mason there is a God, one supreme, infinite in goodness, wisdom, foresight, justice, and benevolence, creator, disposer, and preserver of all things. How or by what intermediates he creates and acts, and in what way he unfolds.
There you go. That's, I think this was one of the Secretary Generals of China. And this is when they were doing Secretary Generals. What do they call the... Oh, dang. What do they call him? She's secretary. I forget what he calls himself. But anyways, he's part of the House of Lee. That is a Freemason group. Hold on. I got someone here. Never ending story. Is there an asteroid flyby on the 8th? There's a guy saying on YouTube that it's going to cause problems with La Palma. I highly doubt that any asteroid would have any sort of gravitational pull that would ever affect this kind of stuff. I doubt that has anything to do in truth.
And manifests himself, Masonry leaves to creeds and religions to inquire. End quote. In other words, they say they believe in God, but you can decide who he is, what he wants, and how to get to him. And then they claim all these secret words. And they are told that when they come into Masonry, they're not allowed to speak certain words. And if you've known a Mason, you may have known...
Well, this is kind of interesting. Oral Roberts is one of the main guys from the NAR. And that right there is... Well, it's quite Masonic in and of itself. The double circle. You got the pointing down triangle. You have the man exalted, educating the whole man. And then you have the triangle made out of this. It doesn't look like prayer to me, does it?
The fact that he would not reveal those words, but I would like to reveal them this morning. The most sacred word that is given to the Master Mason when he stands at what they call the 5 points of fellowship. He stands with the one who's initiating.
No sweat, never ending story. It's all good.
Initiating him into the Master's.
Listen, the science, I mean, we can say the science all we want, but look at the scientists. look at what we're dealing with over in La Palma. Those people are stooges, nothing more. You know what I mean? Like they're giving us no information. So like I wish we could stick to the science, but we can't. We can't because they're not giving us any info on anything to the point where people will basically believe anything, you know what I mean? Right? Because they know they're being lied to by these experts, quote-unquote experts, right?
Stands toe-to-toe, knee-to-knee, chest-to-chest, cheek-to-cheek, and mouth-to-ear, and is whispered into his ear, Mahabon. And that
What's that, a
sacred
bush?
word is supposed to be the name of God. In a different order of the Masons, they have another word, the Knights Templar. It is the word Jabulan.
This is the best part. This is my favorite part of it. This is like his big expose of how he's going to expose Freemasonry. Listen, he can talk about how it's like, you know, religion and stuff like that. Like, he can give it all the crosswords he wants. It doesn't mean that he's not a Mason. And then this is his big expose, the word Jabulan. Hold on. This cracks me up.
Of God. In a different order of the Masons, they have another word, the Knights Templar. It is the word Jabulan. And they say it is the divine trinity, Jah from Jehovah, Bul from Baal, and An from the name of the Egyptian sun god. Pike, in his Morals and Dogmas, further says, to achieve salvation, the Mason must first attain a solid conviction founded upon reason that he has within himself a spiritual nature, a soul that is not to die when the body is dissolved, but is to continue to exist and advance toward perfection through all the ages of eternity, and to see more and more clearly as it draws nearer unto God the light of the divine presence. End quote. That's hocus pocus.
This is Charles Taze Russell's, the creator of Jehovah's Witnesses. This is his tombstone.
Nothing, frankly.
And you can see here he's got the cross in the... it's hard to see, I know. Hold on. Russell. Grave. This is big. Should be able to see it. You can't make it out very well, but you got the cross in with the cone, or sorry, in with the crown, and then the laurels around it. Okay, and then you also have the thyrsus tie, or thyrsus tie. 1 second. You have the string of the thyrsus tie right here. You can look in this if you want later on, and then the laurels along with it. But this cross and that, you'll find that in many Knights of Columbus. Cross in crown. Knight Templar crown. Right? So as this guy, as John MacArthur, where is this master seminary guy? How is he not able to pick this out? But his real revelation to you guys is Jabulan. No, he doesn't call out Catholicism because that's who owns them.
In the Mason's Bible it says, in the opening of the lodge, the great architect of the universe must be worshipped. That's what they say. The great architect of the universe must be worshipped. And then Pike says, at the Masonic altar, the Christian, the Hebrew, the Muslim, the Brahmin, and the followers of Confucius and Zoroaster can assemble as brethren and unite in prayer to the one God. The chaplain of the Masonic Lodge, who prays as the voice of the lodge, does not pray in the name of the carpenter of Nazareth, or the name of Jehovah, or the name of Allah. He prays to the grand artificer or the great architect of the universe. Under that title, men of all faiths may find each other his own deity. Failure to mention any deity by name is not denial, but merely the practice of a gracious courtesy, so that each man for whom prayer is offered can hear the name of his own deity in the all-inclusive title of great architect. End quote. Well, I think you understand that's enough. That's enough, frankly, to sicken anyone, because that's a satanic false religion. It is unacceptable. You may think you're worshiping God, but you're not.
This is the real problem here. When he talks about this, it's like, don't worship that Mason God. Worship our Mason God at the Master's Seminary, and worship our tulip. Yeah. Walter Willett Harvard is the example of lack of credibility of scientists. That's something we can get into for sure. I got about 18 minutes left, folks. If you got any other topics you want to mention, I think he doesn't give you anything else other than this, okay? But yeah, he doesn't mention that his grandfather or great-grandfather was a Mason and he denounces it or anything. He keeps the Fullerton in his name and he makes sure that that's well known. Right, he shows you exactly where he comes from, and it's a Masonic background. He can pretend to call it out all he wants, but he won't expose the ties to Catholicism or the Vatican or anything like that. And he's not going to give you any more than Ja Bulan. Let's see. I actually have a legit theory on the music detuning thing based on my experiments. 432 hertz is the easiest way to move smallest stuff like sand or rice on smaller. Oh, yeah. And it's being used against us, just like Choosy says. Yeah. Music industry is infiltrated with devil-worshipping people. Wouldn't surprise me if there was something to it. I don't put too much energy on it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we know, like, this one's pretty, you know, first base stuff, you know, that we have the Illuminati eye everywhere and all that kind of stuff. And they want us to focus our energy on that rather than exposing the Jesuit ties behind it and, you know, things like that. Mason is, someone mentioned this earlier, and it was a really good point. I disagreed on the Jesuits being the front that people are supposed to know, but the Freemasonry, we are supposed to know about the Freemasonry. They tell us about this like that, as if it is the final boss of the castle, but it's not. It's not. My dad was a Mason. I've been on this journey since I was 7 years old and kept asking him questions. What questions do you ask, and which answers do you receive? I would love to know. Pandemic, as always, coincided following periods of radical increased electrification of our troposphere. It's a historical proven pattern. This goes well above my understanding, my friend. Well above it. Let's look into Walter Willett Harvard. Let's see. So where would I look to find an example of him? Walter C. Willett? No. Walter Willett Harvard. Oh, so Walter C. Willett of Harvard. Is that what you mean? And what if I put in fraud? Let's take a look. Okay, in an extraordinary editorial and feature article, Nature, one of the world's preeminent scientific journals, and I will mention before I go any further, Nature is just as paused as any of the other ones. Though these were the people that were shilling the proximal origin theory of the bat coronavirus. That was through Peter Daszak and Amy Maxman and all of these people who are trying to debunk the fact that it escaped from a lab or however that went, because it's obvious that that virus was certainly inserted, and it certainly didn't come just from a bat. It was taken from a bat, it was messed around with, and it either broke out by accident or on purpose. All right, but let's continue, because it's more than 8 years old. I don't know how paused they were back then. One of the world's preeminent scientific journals has effectively admonished the chair of the Harvard School of Public Health's Nutrition Department, Walter Willett, for promoting oversimplification of scientific results in the name of public health and engaging in unseemly behavior towards those who venture conclusions that differ to his, which is interesting because Nature is very much like that now. Willett, who is one of the most frequently quoted academic sources on nutrition and in the news media, appears to have crossed a Rubicon when he denounced Catherine Flegel, an epidemiologist at the U.S. National Center for Health Statistics, for publishing a study that showed people who were overweight but not obese lived longer than those deemed normal weight. This study is really a pile of rubbish. Oh, that seems like wokeness, doesn't it, to me? And no one should waste their time reading it, he told National Public Radio. Flegel had derived this conclusion from a meta-analysis of 97 studies covering 2.88 million people, and it had been published in the prestigious Journal of the American Medical Association. What concerned Willett and other public health experts who as Nature reported, later staged a symposium to criticize it, was that it seemed to counteract the general message that people should lose weight. As the journal note, man, this is, you can tell the age of this now. People would be canceled for saying no less. As the journal noted, studies such as flagels are dangerous, Willett says, because they could confuse the public and doctors. Am I talking about the right person here? Oh, is he SDA? Okay, let me see if I can find some other stuff. Just one second. I don't know. This one gets a little bit. That's too obscure. Hold on. Let's see if we can find something else. Walter Willett, and same thing. Ben Carson, wasn't it? Ben Carson was SDA. Is he SDA? Directed by Walter Willett. What do you think I should be looking for here? Well, it goes along with the 7. Well, I mean, red meat, from what I understand, is not very good for your system, right? Like, and I'm not SDA. Don't get me wrong, right? But from what I heard is that, and there's another thing about, like, the Bible is pretty strict on this kind of stuff too. Like, chew if you didn't chew from the cud, now that's red meat as well, then that wouldn't be allowed. He's in the supporting fake meat group. Oh, okay. All right. I'll probably have to do a little bit more research on him to make sure that we got a good shot at him. If you got any information on that, let me know. That I can look up. Secret Masonic police are essentially legalized mafia hitmen. Sure sounds like it. Yeah, pretty much, man. Freemasonry is basically a self-worship narcissist factory, hence why so many of them go on to create cults. They practice self-illumination and ascendance 100%. Bang on quote or bang on comment there. The whole thing ain't legal and it's got to go. They're talking about the Masonic police. Well, now they're having like the pseudo police now, like the security groups, private security groups. Saturated fats are good for you. Okay, that goes beyond my understanding, Ed. Let's see, 3.6 at 9 kilometers 3 minutes ago. Yeah, the 9 kilometers, we're seeing that a lot now. It was 10 at one point that we would see. Now this has been apparently it's been revised, but we got another one at 8. Hold on. 3.2 at 8 kilometers. This one's seemingly revised. Went down to 10. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of 9s. We're seeing a lot of 10s. Oops. 8s here. 9, 10, which is also, it's still shallow, or still a lot more shallow than what we were seeing last week. Yeah, it looks like the top of the second to last chamber is eroding, just due to the blast of it coming up from the dike below it. Yeah, very well could be the case. Very well could be the case. 9, 10, 10, 10. It used to always be 11 to 14, remember? 9, 10, 10, 10, 10. 8, 9, 10, 10. This is the story now for seismic activity. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is the story now. 16 kilometers, yeah. That was a bit of an outlier. I would think that was probably a bottleneck. But I remember the 11-14, that's always been the case, that it is, that was always the standard. See if we can go way back or something. But it's getting shallower and shallower. Yeah, see, you can see more 11s, very, very few 10s.
This was even just a couple days ago. 12, 12, 14. 10 is an outlier here. 10 is an outlier. Well, there's a few 10s there. Let's go to another 20. 20 pages back is on the 28th. See, it's a lot more like 13, 11, 14. Right? Yeah, they're getting shallower and shallower at that in that chamber. A few 10s here, but no 9s. No 8s. Something's going on down there. My long study in theory is our present food system lacks the spectrum of phytonutrients. I'm guessing phyto is light, is it? Or no, phytoplankton time. Mini? Let me know about what phytonutrients are more, if you could do it in a smaller amount, because I'm pretty sure if I look it up right now. Phytochemicals are chemical compounds produced by plants, generally to help them resist fungi, bacteria, and plant virus infections, also consumption by insects and other animals. The name comes from phyto, it's plant. Bleh. Sorry, guys. My bad. I was thinking phytoplankton and then photosynthesis, I think. So I was thinking light. Some phytochemicals have been used as poisons and others as traditional medicine. So you're saying that we do not take that into account? Is that your... that we need them and they're not even thinking of them? Damn it, Google Mike does not let me get in one sentence. Stay clear of the Masons is my advice. Don't invite them onto your show like like Frank Analysis did, or Frank someone did. Yeah, they are bad news everywhere. I mean, it is well known. Yeah, we had a few Masons that took over my Baptist church, and I had to get the heck out of there because people were not paying attention. And I remember they even made a speech talking about like the Pope is not the Antichrist and things like that. Like they were so adamant about like dispelling conspiracy theories and lulling people down. There's 3 of them that went into the church. Stephen Bray was one of them. Hold on. Pastor Stephen Bray. Or was it? Yeah, this is him. Yeah, that's him. Steve has been in a pastoral ministry for 20 years, serving both fellowship and Canadian Baptist churches in Kingston, Nova Scotia, Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Remember, that's where Mr. Fullerton came from. And currently St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. That's the one I'm talking about. Cavalry Baptist Church is where I used to go. But this is out of date, I think. He is no longer there, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no. He's back. He's back. Pastoring in the pandemic. So, yeah, here we go. Gospel Coalition. How I, as a pastor, think about it's all I, me, all the time. Then he tried to get us to start doing communion, so it's like getting people ready for the one world under the Pope kind of thing. The Pope is not the interest. Do I lean Baptist? No, I mean, listen, I grew up Catholic, right? And obviously I'm no longer Catholic, as you can hear. And Baptist was basically the closest thing to a decent church here. So that's why I went there. I wouldn't consider myself, I don't know if I ever considered myself Baptist. But I did like the conservative nature of it, right? But once I started hearing like all sorts of Calvinists being name dropped and stuff like that, then I was just like, no. And this guy was always preaching C.S. Lewis. He's talking about how he's his favorite writer and things like that. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like The other guys, Steve Bray, Rob Goddard, Clint Humphrey. These names I don't recognize anymore. They're after switching out a few of these people now. And he left, and now apparently he's back. Apparently he's back. Here's how I lean. Here's how I lean. Let God be true and all men a liar. Every man a liar. Every single one. I'm a liar. There's times that I get things wrong. I screw up. You can't count on me. You can't count on any church. Not saying I ever consider myself like pastor worthy or anything like that, because I'm not. I'm not qualified to be one. There's times I'm going to fail you with something. Oh, thank you, Amelia. I'm going to run over. Thank you so much. Listen, guys, I got to finish this off. I apologize that I do it so quick, but I always talk way too much. But let God be true, every man a liar. I'm not a Baptist or anything like that. I try and follow the Bible as I can. And X amount of words. Thank you very much for coming in. Check out our Discord if you'd like. You can always take a look in there. And I got to get going really quick, or else it'll go over 6 hours and could be blocked later. So thank you very much for following. And hit sub for the next one. I will be doing one more tomorrow and take the next day off. And we'll talk to you then. And you can join our Discord. You can see just stick around and I'll post it if you can't see it now. Thank you very much for following. And I'll see you next time. Thanks for the reminder, guys.